Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it says
Yep.
live.
Yep. That's how every YouTube um, live play Google Hangouts video
Is it
starts.
live yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it working? Is it working?
That's how you know it's
Well,
a Google Hangouts
it's
video.
either that or it's, and we're live.
And we're live.
Sanders videos.
Little pro tip, just quick. Those Hangouts, they have a max time of 4 hours, so, but I think we should be fine.
They have max time? Huh.
Yeah. I know because I have maxed it out multiple times.
And so
Noted.
is Andrew Wood and all their Captain Gothnog and the Swamper. They all max theirs out whenever they do their live plays.
I don't know an Anderwood. I only know the main man. Anyway.
Yeah.
Man, I'd love to play in games that last for 4 hours. Usually people like to wrap it up at 2 or 3, and I can literally play all day because I have no life.
Yeah.
Nice.
There we go.
All right. So just to clear some things up, kind of, this is a 5th edition, maybe a one-shot, maybe we'll do some more in the future, but ultimately, like, I apologize in advance for any awkwardness right now because I have never before DM'd on this using this medium, and I can't move around, and I have to stay still, and that is really difficult. Also, I'm pretty sure we're all going to be referencing rules and pouring through books and kind of mechanics more often than usual games. So just want everybody to know that that is perfectly fine by me, and I, even if it's not perfectly fine by you, I am still going to do it. Because I have read the basic rules all but twice, and they're awesome, but I'm still learning them. So my name is Barker. My channel is Be a Better Game Master, and this is my first time DMing on the Google Plus thing. This thing, whatever this technology is, and let's go around. Let's go around this proverbial digital room and introduce everybody from left to right. Fox, you're up.
Variable E table.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Fox. Okay. I'm Fox Winter from Roleplay Roulette and Seven Realms Productions. Today I'll be playing a human cleric named Helen the Puntastic. I don't know what else I should say.
Let me actually ask you a question about your character, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Here's the question. I want you to look at one of your high ability scores or one of your low ones. It's your choice. And tell me an event where one of those ability scores played had a part to play in your life. So tell me a story about one of those ability scores in your character's life.
Okay.
On the spot.
On the spot, I can look at my scores here, and I can immediately see that while my wisdom is extremely high, my intelligence is very average. So I will say that it's when I was very young, it was noticed that I had an excellent knack for giving good advice using common sense, but was never very good at absorbing book learning, so obviously it was only natural that I was suggested I go into the church.
Nice. Oh, well done. Cool. All right, so thank you very much for that.
You're
Next
welcome.
up, Garthor.
Okay, I'm the Gaming Beast Tarapka, and we're hosting this on my channel, Barker's Game, because of internet reasons. And my character is Garthor, the folk hero warrior, and telling a story from one of my attributes is that I've got...
I have a different question for you, Garthor.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
You can, of course, tell that story if you'd like, but
blindside.
basically, I want you to pick any one of your character's abilities. In previous editions, they might call them feats. Any one of your character's abilities, and tell me a time in Garthor's life where that ability stood out in the crowd.
Okay. Since he grew up helping his father in the mines in the town of Rog, and he actually, when they were whacking away at the town mine, the silver mine, they found a old catacomb, a very small one, and it had a grave which had a skeleton. And the first fight that Garthor ever fought was against that skeleton, and he defeated him just barely, but with a pickaxe. And since then, he always preferred to wield two-handed weapons because he's used to wielding things with two hands. Although he's not wielding a two-handed sword, but in general, that's why he has his fighting style, great weapon fighting.
Cool.
So.
Awesome. And also, by the way, you can add any other flair you want to as I ask you these questions.
Okay. Flair edit. No. Let me roll for flair quick. Okay, I rolled this 3 on a d10, so it's not very flary.
Nope, you are non-flair person.
Yep.
We are not whelmed.
Mitchell, you're up. Introduce your character.
I thought it was a solar.
Sure. We can skip
I thought it
you
was
if you
from
want.
left to right. But...
Yeah.
He sees it differently than you.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Perspective.
so I am next. Okay. Okay. I play the Wood Elf Rogue by the name of Yasha Drog. Drog is Elven for the most popular translation for it is Yasha the Orphan Wolf. I stand at roughly 5'11", dark black hair, held to a ponytail, low one. Studded leather armor across my body, 2 short swords sheathed behind my hips, and a short bow and quiver strapped to my backpack. And I seem to walk with an almost unnatural grace and confidence.
And why, this is your question, why Orphan Wolf?
The out of character, in character.
In character.
Alright. My character grew up on a monastery within the Elven Heartland. The monastery itself was called the Lone Brotherhood, and I was abandoned as a child, so my last names were combined from the fact that I was orphaned and the last name of the monastery, Orphan Wolf.
Cool.
Out of character, I was inspired by a particular character I really loved from somebody just got shot.
Did someone get stabbed on someone's...
Was that a Wilhelm scream?
Or maybe
Yeah.
someone's just playing Dark Souls in the background again.
Is that the kind of scream they used in the Tom and Jerry cartoons? And that's actually, I think, one of the Hanna-Barbera guys.
So what was the out of character reason?
Yasha was the name of a particular character that I loved from a game that I played, and Orphan Wolf was the name of his theme song, Orphan Wolf Legend.
Sweet. Nice. Solar, would you like to introduce your character?
Alright, hi, I'm Solar. I do have a channel on YouTube. You can find it by searching for SolarVids or any kind of League of Legends playlist. That's basically all I do, League of Legends playlists. Well, the only thing that matters. As far as my character goes, his name is Cassius Ironborn. He's a dwarf, and he's a really young dwarf. He would be considered a child by most common dwarves, but he hasn't had much contact with them. He wasn't raised by them, so in his mind, well, maybe not in his mind, but in the minds of those who surround him, he pretty much seems like a fully grown dwarf. he is insane, and he is a wizard. He sees things in a strange way. He doesn't really respond as if he was raised among social, civilized people, and he sees things through his imagination. Sometimes it's a bit disorienting for him and those around him.
That is cool. That is really cool. Okay, so I would have settled for just he's insane and he's a wizard, because already coolest character in the world. My question.
Wizards are insane.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's insane because he's a wizard. Usually the case.
Yeah.
That sounds like Cthulhu.
Yeah.
-7 after casting the spell to your insanity. Sanity.
Nice. Okay, so Cassius Ironborn, you have.
Cassius the Mage Ironborn. I forgot that part.
Oh yeah. The Mage. Yay! It's not the.
Cassie.
The Mage.
Now he sounds like a pro wrestler.
Yeah.
He's a dwarf.
Cassius, the Mage, Ironborn.
The
And
Mage.
then some 80s hair metal plays.
After some random sound effect, like a bottle breaking.
Yeah!
I will defeat Ugrash, Macho Man, the ogre.
Or someone's sanity breaking.
Oh, that
There
sounds
you
like
go.
baby tears.
Now I just imagined him using like Mage Hand to telekinetically suplex like a luchador ogre wrestler. Like,
I'm
No,
sorry.
he would use a ball of fire, most likely.
Nice.
You think that you can defeat me, Hulk Hogan? You best know that I am Cassius the Mage, and I've spelled your doom on my page, and you're gonna be hurting.
I pity you, brother.
Brother.
Oh man, we don't even need a role play. The viewers are still here.
Hulk Hogan has got to be like some half orc or something.
I want
You
to.
got a question
Or
for
half
me?
giant.
Sorry.
This video is destined for likes. I'm just saying. So Solar. my
Everyone
question-
else got a question.
Yeah, well, here's yours. You have lived through your imagination and experienced this insanity through a perspective that nobody else can, obviously. That said, you have a slightly above average charisma. So what did you do to try to push that version of you, that very over-imaginative to a fault, very insane version of you aside in order to deal with people? How is it that you're still above average charisma and you're insane?
2 reasons. One reason he doesn't actually try that. He has a strong personality. He's not that influential, but he has a strong presence because, well, not a strong presence, but not a weak presence either because of his mind. And the other reason is that he isn't actually. Well, here's the thing. He likes to destroy, but he doesn't like to destroy people. He likes feeling the power of magic. He likes using magic to just destroy. But he also fears hurting other people, and he tries to. He's actually a bit. What's the term? Careful, I guess, would be the closest thing I can think of at the moment. He's careful around other people, and he. I don't know. I guess thoughtful, but not in a direct way, of course, because he's not very social.
Is he sometimes at like combat with himself?
Sometimes he is in regards to trying to decide what's real and what's not.
Awesome, cool, really cool. Last question I have is actually for Garthor. Before Garthor, it's not Garthor. It's not the same if you put the emphasis in Thor.
Garthor.
Garthor.
Garthor. Le Garthor.
was waiting for somebody to do that accent.
In baguette.
You have experience with animals. My question is, what was your favorite household pet when you were younger?
Well, I had a cat. It was called, and I nicknamed and called him Battle Cat because he liked battle a lot. So, yeah. and
Nice.
he was
Is it like
weird
a He-Man
because
cat, or is it like
yeah,
like
he was weird because he had green fur and a green yellow fur. It was really weird, but there you go. Here we go. The Doctor
is it
Evil
like one of
cat.
these cats, or is it like you're talking a huge cat?
No,
Like a
no,
tiger?
it's just a normal house cat,
Okay.
but it's just kind of a meta reference. He didn't know, but that cat he would like to hunt and kill things, so that's why he called him Battle Cat.
Cool. All right. So let's get started. If this were to be a movie, then the camera strategy would be one of those flying cameras zooming through a storm, lightning bolts crashing down everywhere.
I can see it.
Rain. Close your eyes. Rain mixing in with the massive swells as this camera is flying over the open ocean during this storm. Huge swells, and in the midst of this dark night, this is non-Batman reference, is a lone ship. The fading lanterns on a prison ship off to the colonies, delivering prisoners to a penal colony, prisoners as well as people just in search of travel arrangements. Now, on board this ship is somebody that is daydreaming. Garthor is picturing a memory, a very real memory of a time when he was putting his very beloved Battle Cat back into his pen, and as the metal door slams shut, you snap out of it, and you realize that a metal door has slammed shut on you, and you are inside a cell with seemingly 30 other people, and what do you do?
Okay, out of character. Do I remember how I got there?
It is up to you.
Okay. I'll decide I was a prisoner of war in the first war I joined, and yeah, so I was put here, probably sold into slavery, as it happens with prisoners of war, and yeah, I just I was remembering about my little battle cat, and now I'm like thinking to myself that it's really crowded and really cramped, that I wish I would be home, even mining the old mine, or at the old inn that I like to go, the inn of the Wizard of the Well, and that was the inn's name, and yeah, to have my favorite drink there, which was that specific mead, but instead of that, I start, okay, I might as well. So, I basically just look around. Who do I see?
People from all sorts across the Durakis Empire, which is where this ship has departed from. A strange mixture. It's not like the prisons back on the mainland, where you are inside your cell and you are basically alone. Not only is inside the cell packed, but outside the cell is also packed with nobles, merchants, people who have been who are purposely sailing to the colonies for a better life. And immediately, I need you to roll dexterity check right now. If you
Okay.
have acrobatics, you'll want to roll that too.
Okay, I have acrobatics, so
Everybody
D20,
needs
right?
to go ahead and everybody needs to go ahead and do this actually.
So is that a D20, right?
Yep, that is a D20, and you add your dexterity modifier to the roll.
Okay. That would be a
And
+1 in my case. And I have acrobatics.
so you add your proficiency bonus to it.
Yeah.
Okay, which would be... I don't know if I have that. Maybe I don't have that.
12.
12. All right.
I got a 15.
Proficiency bonus is just 1, right? So I've got 7 plus 1.
Your
2.
proficiency bonus is based on your class.
Okay, so it's...
At this point, everybody is going to have a +2.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have 7 plus 1, and so 10 all in all.
Okay. All right. So, and what was yours?
I have a 21.
Good lord.
Snap. You, sir, sir or ma'am.
My character is a lady.
Okay. All right, miss. Tell me, how is it you avoid falling down as the ship just nearly capsizes over from some massive wave?
By the grace of God.
Nice.
Apparently. I will say that I was probably already at a sitting position. So
Okay.
I just slapped my hands against the ground to steady myself and kept from going rolling.
Great. And almost every single person outside the cells is keeling over. Some people are vomiting. They're just not used to this sort of turmoil on the seas, and many start heading back to their quarters.
The only occasion where it's more beneficial to be inside of a cell.
Yeah, yes.
Unless
And
it goes
as
down.
You hear that spoken from your left, and you turn and you see a dwarf. Would you like to describe yourself and what you're doing to the dwarf? And same goes for you, Cassius.
Am I the dwarf?
You are a dwarf, right? Yes, that's
Yeah.
you. Yes. Yep.
Are you addressing myself?
He was staring blankly into, I guess, the wall and talking to himself. Remembering most likely.
No. It was Barker. Were you addressing me?
I was addressing you in that I was telling you that is what you heard spoken. You heard the words, "Wow, one of the only good times, advantageous times, I can't remember the exact words, to be inside of a cell." And you look over and you see this dwarf who is inside a cell. You tell me really quick, are you inside a cell, Helen, or are you outside the bars?
Well, I will go ahead and put that in your hands. I could go one of two ways. I could either be there to comfort the prisoners on their way out, or I could be there for having stood up to a despot and having been sentenced.
I like the idea of you comforting prisoners. I like the idea especially of you being hired on to deliver the last rites of any deceased people,
Who don't make it.
Any casualties of this journey.
Okay. Well, I'll go with that one.
Would you want to describe your character first?
Absolutely. Helen is a human woman of medium height, about 5'5", 5'6", somewhere in the neighborhood. She has thick auburn hair pulled back tight. She wears off-white, kind of grayish robes that are good for travel. She's stocky in build, wide-hipped and wide-armed. and wears a holy symbol of, I'm not sure what gods you've got about, but what would be an equivalent of Palor.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll go with Palor then.
We use the same standard canon for now.
Okie dokie.
Should I go then?
She has olive. I'm going to say olive complexion and brown eyes. There we go.
Cool.
And I will actually respond to your comment with, and as long as the ship doesn't sink.
Cassius will probably not register you at all. He'll probably turn around a bit, and you may think that he's turning around to look at you, but he's not looking in your direction at all. He's just looking around the room, and he finds a place to sit. Cassius is he's a dwarf. Well, I think I used the metric system. I think it translates to about 5 foot tall and 140 pounds, I think, ish. He's pretty average built for a dwarf, maybe slightly taller than average. He has long black hair, and by long I mean back, sort of midway across his back length. It's pretty greasy, and his tan is also slightly. Well, not slightly. He's actually he has a dark tan, as if he's been in the sun a lot. He would normally be just average white color. He has a thick but very short black beard, and he has a pretty blank expression. Actually, more curious, but in a situation that curiosity wouldn't fit in, which is why it seems blank. And as for what he's wearing, would he be in his usual clothes, or would those be replaced with something?
You tell me. Is this do they will they have the money to expend to clothe all the prisoners? Are they that wealthy of a nation? You go ahead and you tell me what you're wearing and why.
I don't think they would. As long as he has clothes that he can use, they would probably leave those on.
What about his weapons?
Cassius doesn't have any weapons.
Okay.
He uses sometimes he uses simple weapons if he finds them, but he doesn't use weapons normally. He is wearing a fairly plain gray robe. Under that, it's probably just a simple shirt and simple pants. He's not wearing any boots or anything on his feet. It's a really simple robe, more for just clothing than anything else.
Okay. As you are seemingly ignored, Helen, Yasha, tell me how you avoided the fall. Tell me what you're doing.
I'm going to say I wasn't a prisoner, but as the boat shifts violently to the side, my hands shoot up to the top and grab hold of one of the support beams and allow me to basically hold myself as I'm freely swinging until the boat gets its balance back. And then I lightly rest my feet back down, but I still keep my hands attached to the support beams, and you can just see this look on my face that I just do not want to be here. That I just absolutely hate this boat, this sea, this ocean. I want to get back on land, feel the soft grass beneath my feet, the sweet canopies of the trees above my head. And I'm just kind of looking around like, when is this going to be over?
Almost, gosh, completely coincidentally, the minute you think that, it just gets worse. It gets worse and worse and worse, and you are still swinging like a pendulum on the ceiling on the short ceiling of this prison level, surrounded by these nobles who just came down to get a view at the zoo filled with prisoners, and they're biting off more than they can chew. And so are you now. You are, bam, hitting the bars, bam, hitting the other bars on the other side, because what you're realizing is that you are hanging on this beam in the middle of what would be kind of like a hallway, with bars on both sides of you, the left and the right, running lengthwise through the middle of the ship.
Can I try and use my elven flexibility and hook my legs across the beams on the top? Try to get a better anchor?
Absolutely. Do you guys think that would be athletics or acrobatics?
Acrobatics, I think. 'Cause I'm using the motion of the boat.
Acrobatics.
Yeah, I definitely think it's close either way.
I think it's acrobatics. It could be athletics too, but I think more acrobatics.
Yeah, I think it would work either way, just whichever is more fortuitous.
Right.
Yeah, do it acrobatically. Go ahead and give me a roll.
Woohoo! 21, baby.
Nice.
You fail.
You aced it.
Okay. You look really good doing it too. So, how exactly do you cling to the beam?
I had both of my hands wrapped around one of the square support beams, and as it rocks violently again, I see another lower support beam going across in front of me, and I just quickly use my abdominal muscles, fling myself upwards along with the weight of the boat behind me, catapulting, do a slight splits in the air, catch the back of my knees across the support, and catch the support that I had been using before as a handhold with my shoulders, and wrapping my elbows around it to steady myself with it.
And I make some pancakes while I'm at it.
Yeah. Smoke a cigarette. This is getting pretty bad. Do any of you actually have experience on the sea?
No,
Probably
that's why I hate it here.
What's that?
I grew up in a minor town, so it's pretty much as far from the sea as possible, I guess.
Okay.
It's
Cassius
possible.
would have been a rower for a couple of years, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possible I've been to sea. I can't say I don't want to say for certain. I'm going to say that what I'm going to be doing now is probably just trying to just brace against the wall with my feet, and I will pronounce a loud prayer to Paylor to calm the waves, and if that's not his thing, then if he could find the time to ask somebody for whom it is.
Either way, the words toward Paylor probably, soothe a troubled mind and body, whether divine or otherwise. But
Cassius would probably have a more clear head now. He'd probably be able to concentrate and look around him. And
so what about me? Do I have to roll to see if I? Well, I rolled already. Just
to see
I'd like
what?
a 10. I rolled a 10 to see if I fall or not.
Oh yeah, you are. Yes, you are absolutely standing, though it's difficult. So you were near the bars, so maybe you grabbed onto the bars. How did you?
Yeah, probably that.
Okay,
So,
great. But
I just do like a curse, like by the gods, this is really annoying. I'd rather be anywhere, even in a deep mine or something.
You do hear me whisper like a slight amen from where I am up top.
And at that point, Cassius would, collecting himself, he would realize what's going on and where he is, and he would get up from the bed, grab the bars of the cell, and start shaking them.
That shaking noise begins to get louder and louder as you're shaking the bars, louder and louder and louder and louder, until you realize that it's not the bars that's making the noise. It is the sound of some massive, solid object breaching the walls, breaching the battened hatches of the ship directly behind Garthor, who right now really needs to make a dexterity check so as to not die.
Wow, that's probably the end of the
Can I attempt? you use
Okay.
Mage Hand to help him, like push him back from it in any way?
Okay, I rolled a. Let me see here.
I have a quick question. Since he was, since he was holding on to the bars, you said,
See my own
is
dice
it
roll.
possible for him to make a strength check if that's better for him?
Yeah,
Yeah, he
if a
can use his
strength
strength to
check's
fling
better.
himself away.
And really quick, actually, it was asked by Cassius if he could use Mage Hand to help, and I think that's absolutely fine, which would give you advantage on this check. Which
I
means you roll. Go ahead.
I rolled a. If you see my roll on my window, which I don't know, something is wrong here with the window, but
I see an 8.
Yeah.
there we go. Okay, why isn't that just not? There we go. Okay, an 8. Yep. And I have a Dex modifier of +1, and I guess I have acrobatics too. Do I
Well,
add then? Or does that?
Um,
Okay, that doesn't count. Then I have a 9. Then
You can add athletics if you have it, and also remember
I don't
you
have athletics.
Okay, well, you actually have advantage on this roll. You feel this strange presence, very hand-like. Ooh. And
I feel violated.
I know.
sorry.
Whoa.
Sorry.
That's all right. And so go ahead and roll that d20 again. Take the higher of the two rolls.
Yeah, and let me just explain while this is going on. Cassius, as he's shaking the bars, at the moment he noticed something reaching the ship, he would
Guys, I can't see the rolls, so tell me what
Okay,
they
it does.
are.
I don't know why it was something with the screen here.
Yeah.
But
He got an 8 and a 6.
Oh,
Yeah,
geez.
I've got an 8 and a 6. Yeah, there was something with the screen. Right now, it should be visible.
So he would let
yeah.
go with one hand, only with one hand, and he would leisurely, however you say it, swing in the direction of the guy in front of the thing that's pushing through the ship. He tried to push him off, and then quickly again try to shake the bars. So that's why he failed his check.
Okay. Okay. All right. So either way, you realize, Garthor realizes that the sound is so loud, he couldn't really tell which direction it was coming from. It is coming from directly under him. Garthor, under you, this massive chunk of coral reef tears through this level, this prisoner level, obliterating the bars on the entire on that side of the two cells. Like we described before, there's a hallway and cells on either side, obliterating the bars, maybe half of the bars on that side, and you luckily aren't hit by the reef, but you do fall down. It looks like into the lower level of the ship, because it has taken so much of that ship with it. So as you fall, can you please do me a favor and make an acrobatics check?
Okay. So
I
that would
believe
be.
this is for falling damage. Really quick, you roll an acrobatics check, and then you're supposed to take a d6 for every 10 feet you fall. But the acrobatics check can help subtract the damage. Fox, is that right?
I actually am not positive on that one.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead and.
But
I'm
that
just
sounds
gonna
all right.
roll, and I'm not having any luck.
Wow.
Yeah. So I guess a 4 plus 2, that's a 6 for my proficiency in acrobatics, then the proficient, and then still 1, so that's a 7 for my dexterity bonus, if that applies.
Okay. Well, you know what?
And in front of bars, right?
Actually, the bars just got torn out from in front of him, and luckily for you, it wasn't that long of a fall. It wasn't that far of a fall, so you will take 1 point of damage. If it's okay with all of you, I'm going to roll my own dice. Is that okay?
That's
Yeah,
fine.
fine.
Can I ask a quick question?
For sure.
Am I able to see him by any chance? Can I see through the barred doors?
Go ahead and roll a perception wisdom check.
Oh, that's pretty decent. That is +6 altogether, so that's a 18.
Okay, yes, absolutely. Not only because that's where you're looking, because that's where this horrible event is happening, but also
Yeah, I didn't know
because
if I
he's
was
pretty big,
facing that way.
pretty big dude. Go ahead.
Um, Let me make sure if I understand this. It's the bars that are being ripped away are on the other side of his room from where I am, right? They're not in the middle of the hallway.
Let me. Actually, I'm going to show you a picture. Let's see if you can see this. This is a cutaway of the ship. You see that hallway in the middle? You're on the. You're not on the very bottom level. That's slave quarters. But right above that, there's the hallway, and then there's cells on either side.
Okay.
So you are on one side of that hallway. He is on the other, and the bars on his side just got ripped away by the reef. That tore through half of the ship.
Oh, so the whole half of the ship is gone. That whole half of the ship is gone.
This isn't a diagram anymore.
Okay.
No, not kidding. Actually, not the whole half of the ship, but it like imagine what happened to the Titanic if it happened on the very bottom of the ship and broke all the way up to here. You know.
Okay. Okay.
So the whole bottom half has basically just been sheared off.
Yeah.
Well, that's bad news. Is it by any? Would it be possible for me to attempt to grab a hold of him before he falls?
Oh, you know what? After only if you make an incredible check of your dexterity right now.
Okay.
Because that prayer did give you a little clarity. And maybe some divine guidance.
Okay. I pretty much will just like if I was sitting down, I'll just flip my feet and just kind of wrap them around the bars and see if reach for him. Just like throwing myself to the ground to try to grab a hold of him.
Cool.
That is a 14.
Okay. We're gonna make this mutual. Garthor, you see this this cleric that you have kind of seen around during the course of this journey attempt, unlike anyone else in your life, to help you to help you out. So I would like you to also make a dexterity check to see if you grab Helen's hand.
I'm not rolling well. It's just like maybe I have to switch to the normal dice because it's like this.
I hate randomly generated dice. They suck to me.
Yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. So I got an 8 plus my dex bonus of 1, so it's a 9.
He slips through your fingers, Helen, leading to that 1 point of damage.
Okay, I get 1 point of damage. That's not. I thought it was gonna be worse. I thought I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Well, you are in the slave quarters now.
Well, he's technically still falling, not like a pinball.
Free falling out.
Yeah, maybe the ship will turn around and he'll jump right back out where he came in.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. I could take it.
Yes.
So are you about to get wet? Well, actually, is he falling into water?
That quite possibly could happen. That is the logical conclusion to a continued bad roll.
If it's right into water, he actually won't take damage from that small of a fall into the next bit below the ship.
True. He hasn't hit water yet. He has hit planks. Some broken, some still solid. Now
he's got wood.
I've got wood.
Yep. There's tons of wood elves on this ship.
Okay.
Here we go. Which actually, Yasha, you are on the other. You are on his side. You're in the cell that he's in.
So I saw them. So I saw him fall through.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not in the cell. You're hanging from the ceiling. My bad. I mixed that up. Yes, you actually do see him fall through. and you actually see water. Before you couldn't tell if the water that was spraying you was coming from the rain outside, but now this entire ship. I mean, you don't have to be an expert in naval things to know that this sucks.
This already sucked before.
Yeah, this blows, guys.
I have a question. Are
Yeah.
Cassius's bars as well ripped open?
They are
If
not.
not, I have a lockpick kit. I can usually get it.
But what you do see is from the other cells, almost like there are people pouring out of the hole almost immediately, trying to gain their freedom, ironically, in this sinking ship.
What are the bars made of? Metal, right? Are there any walls or anything on the side or anything wooden that I could burn through to get to the main hallway?
Before you ask that, do I see us taking on water like the ship is actually starting to go down? Like the water level is rising? Or
Not yet, but that is probably in your education on the subject, the conclusion. This is really bad.
Alright.
Regarding wood, the entire back wall is made of, we'll just say oak. I know it's really solid. Otherwise, there are some tables that are made of wood. You see the floor is also made of wood. There's basically any part that you can imagine being part of a ship would be made of wood.
What are the bars attached to the floor, right?
The floor and to the ceiling, the wooden floor and the wooden ceiling.
All right. I would like to shoot at every point where they are connected with fire.
Okay.
Now, should I roll damage or?
I would like you to tell me how that looks.
All right. So Cassius is in this moment of clarity from the prayer. First, he after trying to help the other person and realizing that the bars aren't going to move unless something really bad happens to them, he angrily pushes away from the bars for a moment and sort of angrily shouts, "Gods!" Not as if he's saying like gods, like damn it, but more like he's actually angry at the gods. He looks at the bars and he tries to figure out how to get out of here. And he realizes at some point that the bars would be a bit of a problem to get through, but the bars are attached to wood, and he likes fire. He really likes fire, and at that point he grins widely and he says, "No, magic," and he concentrates his fingers around the each point where the bars are connected to the floor and the ceiling, and he shoots fire out of his hands.
Awesome. Great description. The wooden, what looked at one point like solid beams on the floor, which were holding up this cage for these humans, is embers, and these bars are kind of collapsing backwards, and the prisoners love it. They don't know what caused it, but they're taking it down, and they're equally running out. One of the guards that's kind of just standing there, horrified, clutching against the wall, saw it happen. He knows there are no magic users allowed aboard these ships, so somebody must have not been paying attention. And he just looks absolutely terrified. And I would like to see how terrified it is when you roll this next intimidation check.
I will by this intimidation check. I would like to also continue my action to look at the guard while everyone else is screaming and trying to push down the bars. Cassius is just standing there, and as the bars are flying off, he's looking at the guard and saying, "Never again."
Go ahead and roll it, and because of the magic, you can go ahead and add advantage to the roll.
D20?
Yes, and everyone else, and you can do this afterwards, Solar.
Do I add anything?
You would add for intimidation is charisma.
Oh, intimidation. Okay.
And everyone else can roll initiative because there's a lot of things happening, so we'll start doing this in initiative order.
Okay.
Well, you,
Actually, do you add your proficiency bonus to your initiative?
Right, I believe it's just your dexterity bonus, unless you have a special ability.
All right, that's all I need to know.
And if anybody hears me say something wrong, you can just tell me to shut up. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I rolled a 14, add a 1, so it's a 15 then.
Great.
Mine's in chat. I rolled a 15.
I have an 11.
I would like to ask you this. Is Fox's character on the ground or look like he's about to fall through the floor, similar to Garthor?
It happened on the other side, but that said, it's still happening.
Oh, so he's actually on the other side of me, or is he on the other side of the hall?
Other side of the hall.
Okay, so I can't reach them. All right.
I do have my feet hooked around the bars, but how stable those bars are now, I'm not for certain.
Yeah,
now the relog. Sorry.
Oh, all right, that's fine. He just actually took his turn. So, yeah, the bars seem to be unstable, and we will get to that shortly. Yasha, you are witnessing this occurring, and you do see that it is still happening over and over and over again. And this chunk of reef is now beginning to tear through the side of the ship, and you actually see the open sea. And I'd like you to roll perception check.
All right.
Sorry, just a second, because my camera went ape. You know what? And give me a second. I don't know if I should swear or not. I rolled 2 15s, by the way. One was for the intimidation, which would be 16, and the other one was also for intimidation. So I'm gonna roll again for initiative.
Okay.
I got a 10.
You see faint lights. At least one faint light outside through the damage, and you notice that it becomes far easier for you to hold on to this beam, and it occurs to you that is because the ship is tilting.
Oh shit.
What do you do? And by the way, really quick, let me just elaborate on a style of role playing that I encourage to, at least to my players. There's a player that says, "Hey, is there a bottle on the bar that I can grab and hit this guy with?" And then there's a player that says, "Oh, there's a bar fight. I reach to the bar and I grab a bottle and I hit this guy over the head." You can feel free to describe the world to me as much as I describe it to you.
All right.
So,
Cool.
So let me just recap real quick. The ship is turning over. I pretty much, in my limited knowledge, believe that it is fully sinking.
Yeah.
I see lights in the
no
distance.
check necessary.
Yeah.
You did. Now they're gone.
Okay. So I at least believe that there's something over in that direction that can get us out of here. It's probably not too far away.
And that direction was the eastern side of the ship, and that is soon going to become the ceiling, the top above you, if you are like the top of the ship, since it's turning sideways.
All right. I'm going to flip myself down onto the floor and grab a number of the people. Fox's character, I'm going to try and get him up, or her up, as well as try and grab a couple of the other guys along my way and try to throw us or run us as fast as I can out of the hole before we start going over. Because I can realize that if we're tilting to the right, which is, from what I understand, we can get on top of the hull, which will then soon be the ceiling. And then we can jump off.
Okay. That's, if I'm correct, Helen and Cassius. Yes, Helen and Cassius.
Helen and Cassius are the ones, I believe, closest to me. Cassius should be like right below me.
Great.
And Helen should be like 20 feet. No, not 20 feet.
I'm sorry, you're trying to raise us up another level?
No, there's a hole on the side of the ship.
Oh,
We're currently tilting. Yes. I'm going to try and grab Helen and Cassius and maybe a couple of the other prisoners and try to hurl us out of the ship as we're tilting enough so we can get on the hull of the ship as it soon becomes the ceiling. So we're on even footing.
All while surrounded by screaming people.
Huh?
all while surrounded by screaming people.
Well, I am also going to be shouting out, the ship is turning, we need to get out. And I basically really angrily point to, first time you guys have ever seen like a semi-scared angry elf to the side of the hull. And basically just say, everybody out, we're going down.
And very literally, at that moment, Garthor has gone down and needs to roll another strength check to try to grab onto the wooden beams that are slipping through his fingers.
I'm just saying that by the seven hellhounds of Bathor, I gotta get out of here now.
I'll be right back.
So the idea is that you're still falling through the floor. What is it?
You gotta be kidding me! These dice rolls.
Oh my god!
The only time I rolled above 10 was for my initiative, of course. Which is not important.
Now, I don't know how Mage Hand works, but
I think I might switch to my dice here.
It can lift 5 pounds.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Enough to nudge him against the bars.
Okay.
So do I hold? Can I hold now or not? Because I got like I rolled a 9, but I have a strength modifier of 3, so I have an 11. No, actually a 12. I mean.
Then you do hold. You're still hanging there, but you do hold and you don't take any damage. You feel the water rushing against your legs. And you're fortunate that the reef is gone.
Could I possibly? I'm trying to look around as much as I can. Do I notice that the ship is tilting? So kind of Poseidon Adventure style.
I'm back.
You do. Go ahead and you know what? You don't have to roll for that. Yeah, you do notice that the ship is tilting. That's a pretty obvious thing. But in the same way that Yasha knew it, in that it just got easier to hold on because now you're on top of the thing you're holding on to.
Because I'm thinking of basically letting go, getting into the water. I don't know how big of a drop it would be, but if I'm feeling the water, I shouldn't get injured really. And swimming, if I can, swimming out of the ship instead of climbing up, which would be more difficult at this point. At least I'm guessing.
That makes sense. It would take some skill to maneuver in such a way that you don't get hurt from the wood. Go ahead.
Could I, since I'm hanging now, could I tie my rope? I don't know. I have my entire gear, right?
You have your rope. You know that your great sword would be in the. Let's see. Let's leave this to the fates.
Okay.
I don't know if this is good for you or bad for you, but it would be in the top of the ship.
Could I get out to the top of the ship realistically now, just as a quick guess?
It occurs to your mind you're above average wisdom that with the ship tilting, soon that water, the underside of the ship is going to be on the side, and you're pretty good at climbing. You've done this before. It would be a very like.
Hold on for a second. I'll be right back.
Right.
No problem. A very vertical limit scene out of a crazy cinematic movie. But yeah, you could theoretically leave through the hole that was made by the reef and climb up the side of the ship.
Well, with my luck with dice, I don't know. I might just swim out. I want to get my sword, but I don't know. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna how deep is it? Would the fall hurt me if I would let go and try to swim out?
If you could dive in a way that would allow you to go underwater immediately, you'd have a chance. If you just drop into the water, that ship is still moving, so it's going to hit you and do an excellent amount of damage. But that said, you're a good swimmer.
Okay, I probably rather than climb then. Okay, I will. I wish I had a hook to my rope, but I didn't get one. So I'm just gonna try to climb up towards where my greatsword is, and then try to get on the top.
Okay.
So I'm out of danger's way.
Okay, so you're going to attempt to climb out through this opening made by the reef and climb up the side of the ship. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Roll athletics for me, please.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, I got now a 16 with no modifiers. The camera here in Google Plus is kind of weird, but it shows 16 in the dice stream, and I add then the proficiency of 2 for athletics, for acrobatics, I guess. Or, I
it'd
don't
be
have athletics.
athletics.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
have athletics, so.
okay. This would be more athletics than acrobatics, though, but
Okay.
even still, that's a good roll.
Well, I would get, since it's dex, right?
Strength.
Strength, and I get a +3, so I have a 19.
Excellent.
Everything.
Think about the outside of a ship. The outside of a ship that looks like the Neptune, like any
Yeah.
18th century, actually, very very modern ship. Tell me how you climb up the side. Tell me what you encounter on your way up.
Okay, what I do is now I'm like grabbing onto there's like ropes and there's like little metal bars on the side, you know. I don't know if you have cannons, but because then there would be the holes for the cannons, but if not, there should be like ropes hanging out and different things.
Mhm.
And or you know what? Let's say there's the anchor chain, and I climb up on the different poles and everything, and then I grab on the anchor chain, and then I hoist myself up there, kind of thing.
Excellent. Excellent. And no, you don't actually see any cannons. You don't see many openings at all because of the prison level of the ship.
Okay, yeah.
But on your way on board, when you first boarded, you did see that there were ballistas on the top level.
Okay, so there's no gunpowder. Okay, I don't know the world setting you have, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
There's yeah, technology-wise, but that's a good thing to address. You do know that there is kind of an industrial revolution occurring.
Okay.
A magical one in that there's actually the first ship that can fly through the air has been invented.
Okay, so there's some steampunk in there. Okay.
A little bit.
Cool.
Okay,
I love
so
airships.
you jump over the side of the ship, and it's still tilting. So it takes a little bit to gain your footing, but now it is all up to. Let's go to Helen. What are you doing, Helen?
Quick question. I noticed there are multiple floors that appear to have cages.
Yes.
So there's
And I am
only
running
this
towards
floor.
you.
What's that?
And I am running towards you.
Okay. So are there prisoners on all 3 of these floors?
Yes, theoretically, because it's headed towards a penal colony.
Okay.
At this
But
time of
only-
year, not many, but
But
mostly
only
under
the
level.
right. But only the slave quarters and our floor has been busted open, right?
Yes, that is correct. And this side here. So actually, I drew that incorrectly. It's more on this side, but this top level is being used for merchants on this trip
Okay.
and travelers.
All right. Well, I am going to try to get to my feet, and actually, I'm going to try to, as quickly as possible, as I can, ducking around prisoners and.
And as a quick reminder, the Cassius has just kind of passed you and running past you while speaking. Let's go. Sort of directed.
Cassius isn't running.
What's that?
Cassius isn't running. Cassius would like to do something first.
I actually meant Yasha. I'm sorry. I
yeah.
didn't mean Cassius.
Okay. I am actually going to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be heading over to that guard as quickly as I can.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead. Tell me what you do.
Which, if he's still just kind of standing there looking dazed, I'm. Sorry.
He is definitely after that fear.
I'm going to grab him by the neck of his armor and say, "You have to get the other bars, or you have to get the other cells open."
He kind of awakens almost out of the sleep. Uh, yes, Captain. Yes, and just runs away. And actually begins unlocking these cells, almost more like a machine than a man, running from door to door to door, obviously not knowing what he's doing. A guard freeing prisoners. The only prisoners left to be freed after those holes were ripped in, but there were some definitely. Good work. Gain a point of inspiration, please.
Oh, excellent.
Helen. A point of inspiration, I don't know if you all know, it's basically role-playing your character well, which you've all done so far, but doing something especially not immediately beneficial to you for the sake of role-playing your character, and you can spend your point of inspiration to gain advantage on a check.
Oh, it's like a fate point, or a drama
action point. You can't
point.
find it.
It is like a fate point.
Sorry, but it just
I
sounds...
I said that the other day. I thought that, and I was like, yeah. Okay.
Or
sorry.
it's like the karma system in FaceRip.
Yeah.
Or it's like a keep your attention for the game if you don't have enough imagination point. I'm just kidding. It's fine.
I like that. It should be called that.
I'm gonna say that was more of a move than an actual action. So Helen, you go ahead and you can do something else if you want. How do you get out? What do you do?
I want to make sure that I want to do everything I can to make sure that the
Pray to not be in a sinking ship.
let's see how far that gets me.
Paylor, I need some guidance.
If you want to think about it for a minute, we can jump to the next person, then come right back to you.
I don't want to take a lot of time thinking about it. I kind of want to make the decision on a snap, if at all possible. I'm actually gonna try to go up to the next level.
Okay. You notice that the fire has begun to spread, but there is the opening in the side of the ship has somewhat breached to the point where you feel like you might be able to, if you can endure some heat, because it's on the part of the side of the ship that's not really being touched by the sea right now because of the capsizing. If you can endure some heat, you might be able to squeeze through this opening, despite your wide frame.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I just want to get up to like as many levels as I can to try to see that as many people have a chance.
Okay. Well, then I will offer the easiest solution. Is there are stairs. There are sets of stairs.
That's what I was kind of looking for.
Okay. Now, a lot of cool. A lot of people are funneling through them, but they're pretty much all. There weren't many prisoners, so you run up the stairs, and after kind of going through people and helping some other people up, I'd assume, you get to the next level, and then the next level where you actually see guards arming themselves, and some are fighting the prisoners, and it's what will obviously turn into an onslaught. These guards not caring about the well-being of these people on a sinking ship, the same sinking ship, literally, but they're actually killing these people for escaping. Am
I coming up behind them, or?
Yes.
Well, if I still have time left on this action, then the first one I can come to, I'll grab, by the arms, like, "What are you doing? This ship is sinking! Save yourselves!"
Awesome. And you spit it into her face. The captain of the detail on this ship. She is now staring eye to eye with you. Okay, so we're going to jump to Cassius. What are you doing?
So, so far, at some point, I had to relog because of my camera, and I also had to go to the bathroom because I drank a lot of water while you guys were finishing your characters. Sorry about that. So
That's
can
allowed.
you explain to me what kind of situation is Cassius is right now? There were
Absolutely.
people pushing down the cage, and now there's a hole in the ship.
Okay, so if you're looking at the ship top down like this is not the ship, and this is the front and the back. We'll say that the front is north. You are on the the western. You were in the western cells. You burned away the bars on the opposite side of the hallway, separating the cells. Those bars have come almost completely undone due to the reef, and the reef has also taken a chunk out of the side across from you on the eastern side of the ship. The ship is now tilting, so if this is the eastern side, it's now raising up like this. So you are kind of you are at the bottom of now what looks like an incline on this wet and slippery floor.
Hang on a second. So I'm on the west side, and the reef pushed through the east side.
Yes.
And the ship is tilting on the west side?
The ship is tilting like here. I love diagrams, especially in this case. You are on this side of the ship, and the ship is doing. Actually, you're on this floor though. Whoa,
okay, yeah. I get it.
And the ship is doing this.
All right, Cassius would. First, this would be a moment where his clarity would disappear because the cleric went away, and it's probably been a couple of minutes since the prayer. For Cassius, everything will become black and white, and there will be a purple light shining from somewhere, reflecting from the walls. He will follow that light. He will run upwards towards the top of the ship if he can, and he will try to look for, which is where the light is shining from, the area where they are holding everyone's stuff. Not the cargo area, but like general, bags and barrels, maybe stuff like that. And he will find his backpack, which didn't have any dangerous things, which is why they just threw it in there, which will be shining in a really bright purple light. He will get it, and then he will look around, not being able to realize where he came from and where he is.
Is this a light that other people can see as well?
Nope.
Okay.
It's not real.
I figured, but I have to. Which Cassius am I talking to now? I feel like I'm gonna have to ask that a few times.
This will be a way of his subconsciousness telling him of a reasonable place where he can look for what he wants, manifesting through his insanity.
Totally. Do me a favor and roll investigate.
All right.
I want you to. I don't think you have points in investigate or have
I
that
do,
as a
actually.
skill.
But I also rolled a 19. Does a 19 work for you?
Yes, and I was going to have you add 2 because you feel extra guided towards this area. Yes, there's actually some cabins.
Wait, no, I don't have investigate, actually.
Okay, either way, you rolled a 21, no problem. You find some cabins tucked into the corner of the northern end of the ship, and it's probably the only door that you've seen on the way up that is still shut, and it's tilted down towards you, so you're kind of looking up at this door, and you are aware that is where they keep the bags because you have a vivid memory of seeing an assembly line crew just loading merchants' luggage into this.
I will actually see that crew now.
Okay.
In black and white.
Okay. Yeah. You mean as in like a memory?
No, I mean as if they are there right now. It's a memory, but he doesn't remember the memory. He sees it.
Okay. That's awesome. That's like an episode of Sherlock or Numbers. Really cool. Kind of seeing what he's discovering as he's discovering it. Yeah, you see the assembly line of people, and you see one man turn to the other and say, "Is that all we have left?" Yep, confiscation quarters is full, and they close it up.
All right, so Cassius wouldn't realize that the door is closed. He would just see the purple light, and everything else is black and white. So it would be very difficult to discern through this bright light that there's a door. And he will probably hit the door first, and then when he realizes there's an obstacle, he will feel it and he will try to burn it down.
Okay. You ignite this door, and Yasha, in an attempt to escape, you have actually, you correct me if I'm wrong, incidentally been following Cassius, because he looks like he has got a plan, like he knows where he's going.
Well, I was going to, there was a hole in the hull, right, that was going up as the ship tilted.
Okay.
That's what I was going to go for. I was going to hold on to that hole and basically help people out of the hole that way.
Okay. Okay, through the tight space. Okay.
Yeah.
Retcon. Okay. So you don't. You're up there, Cassius, and do you walk toward the door? Did you just try to break it down? You didn't see the door.
He will hold his hands. He will hold his hands, feeling the door, and he will try to. The same thing as with the bars. He will try to focus a burst of flame through the door to make a hole that he can go through.
You're beginning to like this fire. You're beginning to enjoy it a little much. It's becoming warm in this ship as more and more fires are spreading, but that's fine. The door comes down.
It's why he's there.
What's that?
It's why he's there. Take that any way you please.
Like his purpose? Oh, all right.
Well, I meant.
I got you.
Yeah.
Purpose.
I got you. Ooh.
It's that drive that lights a fire under your ass.
The spirits in the fire tell me I should spread it. Give them a home.
I do have a question though. Do I have my gear with me, or?
You would.
Okay.
Well, it's actually up to you if you want to. Would your character have put it? Put the
what
gear.
He has, he keeps with him. But another thing I wanted to ask is how far along is that guard with freeing everybody in there? Because if he hasn't, I'm gonna go try and undo a couple of the padlocks.
Oh yeah, and it's absolutely assumed that you helped him out as much as possible. So yeah, you all of these cells are now open on that level, and really quick, Cassius, as you enter this room, not unlike a dark pyromancer entering the rubble that he has just gladly created.
Oh yeah, he's loving it. He's grinning the whole time and saying "fire, fire" under his breath.
You walk in and you see your items, specifically the certain bag or case that you were looking for, and another smile crosses your face as if you couldn't smile more. Yasha, you're helping funnel people out through this opening. Some people are not game. They are not okay with going outside the ship into the fray. But I would like you to... your charisma, I'm not like you to do nothing. Your charisma is pretty above average. So after a while, they start listening and they start seeing people, other people climbing up through the ship. You look out and you see a large human that you recognize as having been... in the ship before, in one of the cells, one that actually fell through the bottom of the ship, climbing up like it's nothing along the anchor chain. And so you're funneling people out. At what point do you go out?
Once most of the people are out, there's a hole. There's a hole in the hole, right? And it's tipping over in the opposite direction of that hole. Okay. As it gets to the point where it's almost to no return, I'm going to grab hold of the hole, haul myself out onto the side of the hole, as we're basically on our side now. And I'm basically going to do that, get my bearings, and then jump off and swim in the eastern direction where I saw those lights.
Excellent.
But if anybody else is still inside, I'm going to try and help them through the hole that I'm jumping out of.
Okay, so
I'm basically explaining that to the east is lights, to the east is a settlement.
Question: are you going to wait till everybody's out before you go?
If there's looks like people that are trying to get out, I'm gonna try and help them. But if they look like they're stuck there, or maybe if there's somebody who's just shivering in fear, I might grab them and haul them out with me. But if it looks like they're just like not wanting to listen, not wanting to do anything, I'll just go.
This is yeah, absolutely. You actually see a little girl without a parent at this current moment, obviously, and her face is soaked. At first, you think it's the water that's gushing into the bottom, but no, it's tears. She is clutching onto what looks like a rag doll. She's not wealthy. How she got aboard the ship is news to you, but she's not the last passenger in there, but everybody else is trying to get out. She's just standing there completely terrified.
So I see this girl shivering in fear. It looks like she's trying desperately to hold on to be strong, looking for her parents or something.
Also, she's a little ways away from you down the incline.
That's fine. I'm going to try and get her.
Fantastic.
I'm not going to let her go down. No way. That's a little girl. She hadn't even grown up to the point. So I'm going to try and run as fast as I can to get her and sling her across my back or put her in a fireman's carry and again, run back as fast and hard as I can towards that opening, reaching desperately for the lip of the mouth of where the wood was all torn. Grab it with my hands and haul myself onto the to the mat, not the mast, not the deck, the hull.
Yeah, great. There's been a lot of holes in this game.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to haul myself onto her, and once I get onto the hull of the ship, I'll try to reposition her around my backpack so it holds on tightly to her, and
Okay.
basically wait for the ship to stop moving so violently.
Okay,
as
go
I
ahead
get
and
ready to jump
roll.
off.
Do me a favor, roll an acrobatics check.
All right. Let's see, 12 plus 6, that is... dang it, what's 12 plus 6? 18.
Sorry.
Basic math.
That's
45.
why I got married too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tell her I said that. Oh yeah, that is enough to on the slippery inclined wooden floor to maybe even slide almost surfing like down this wooden floor, grab this girl, secure her, and climb up and back out. Not unlike a superhero. The girl stops crying, but she still looks terrified.
I'm probably going to try to reassure her that I have her, that I'm getting her out of here. I'm getting her to safety.
What words do you use?
I'm going to assume that she knows Common, not Elven.
She is actually a half elf.
I do say, as I'm grabbing hold of her in Elven, that don't worry, I have you. And does it look like she understands what I'm saying?
In Elven?
Yes.
You said?
I'm able to speak it faster.
She doesn't respond, but she looks comforted, in a way, given the circumstances. And you climb up the same side as the others.
Yeah.
Excellent. Garthor, you jump up over the edge, and you see wooden shards everywhere. You see lanterns have fallen, and the rain has been unable to put the fire out for some reason. The entire deck is not covered, just a small part, but it could become a problem. You also see that there are ballistas all around the ship, like perhaps it was once used as a warship. You see the captain's quarters to the south, what you assume to be the captain's quarters, and you with we'll do this thing where I roll a dice, and you actually while bracing yourself see a single light in the distance that's just flash. A few seconds will pass. Flash.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's a lighthouse.
It
And
looks to be the flame of that variety.
yeah, okay. So obviously the lighthouse hasn't done its function or something else happened. The point is, do I see any other people on there, on the moving deck?
Quite a few. Many are just clutching to bits of hull, for lack of a better word,
Right.
and just maybe hoping that they'll float or stay safe. Some are jumping off.
Is there any rescue
Following
boats?
my advice.
Like boats, like I know like rescue boats. That's like a new concept, but the ships usually did have a small boat on the side, like.
You know what? There are no rescue boats, but you do see a small rowboat that hasn't been discovered by anyone else, seemingly, anyone else that wants to get off the boat. The small boat, you would presume, is used for sending envoys ashore.
That's what I meant. Yes. So what my question is that is my gear far away? Because I'm guessing I don't have my gear, right? That was a captive.
Okay. You believe that your gear would be probably one story down in, this isn't your first rodeo, what they call the confiscation quarters or the confiscation keep, where they put all of the discarded weapons from the prisoners in the same room so they can sell them for gold when they get to their destination.
Right. Okay. I would go down there first before I would think of getting off the ship. Because
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going. I need my rations, I need my weapons, I need my stuff, basically.
Okay. Well, you make your way down, and you are approached, would be a light way of putting it, by a man who says, "Another slave!" And he just pulls this cutlass out of its a sheath and is looking to attempt to take a swing at you. So.
And I just say, I'm not a slave, and I look around. Do I see anything that I could use as a club or stick to defend myself?
You tell me. What do you see?
Okay, so then I see a paddle, and I want to use that as to basically deflect his swing, and then to swing at him. I don't want to fight with him too long. I just want to get him out of the way, or try to get his cutlass. Either way, just first I want to swing at the cutlass basically to get it away.
Okay.
Not to fight him barehanded.
I gotcha. Okay. So you grab this thing. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Okay. So that's a D20. Do I get my dex bonus or any bonus for the normal? No, right. Is there or is there a base attack bonus in this game, in this style?
It's all proficiency bonus. That's not
Okay.
going to be a finesse weapon. You use your regular attack strength bonus.
Okay.
And if you have proficiency with paddles, put your proficiency bonus with it.
I guess
That would be like a quarterstaff, I'm guessing.
I guess
That would be a simple weapon.
So I have a bonus for strength. Isn't the strength bonus just for damage?
No, it's for attack also.
Okay, so I got a +3 for strength, and I got proficiency. You guys said 2, so I got a +5. So I'm
now
at
with this, I think this would be more of a quarterstaff than an improvised weapon.
Okay.
So
I don't have any. I don't have any bonuses for quarters. Well,
You have you
it's a
as a
simple
fighter
weapon, right?
weapons.
with all simple weapons.
okay. Okay, yeah. And I have also great weapon fighting. Would that count as a great weapon? I'm using it with 2 hands.
Because it was built to attack water, I'm going to say no in this case.
Okay.
But it will count as a weapon for your
It'll
proficiency.
slay
Okay,
water
so
like nobody's business,
yeah.
though.
It was just for the. Okay, so I got a +5, so I got a 20 now.
Excellent. Tell me what you do. Exactly.
Okay, what I want to do is I want to swing at him, and try to basically, with the end, I want to smack him in the head, and basically have it swing and hit the saber out of his hand and hit him at the hand at the same time because it's long enough. I think it would be possible. So.
Okay, all right.
And I say, I'm nobody's slave, you death merchant. I do that.
Because of your brute strength, the death merchant, after being hit in the face by this ore, you have been the first person to ever turn an ore into what's more like an axe. Cuts through his face. His cutlass doesn't fall out of his hand, but go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, what would I roll? I know it would be a +3.
If it's a quarter-6, it'll be quarter-staff. It'll probably be a D6.
Okay, then I'm rolling a D6 +3, so I get 6 + 3, so that's a 9.
It's 1d8 if you're using two hands.
Oh, okay.
Ah, good call.
Okay. Oh, that's actually less.
I knew that was going to happen.
I get a 6 now, of course.
What was the second roll? What
That was the
D8
D8, and that was a 3. So
plus your strength.
yeah, it's a 6 then.
Okay, it doesn't matter. He goes down.
Okay.
He goes down, so it doesn't matter that you didn't knock the cutlass out because he's not using it.
Right. Okay, I take his cutlass and just finish him off quickly, just like stabbing him in the neck.
That's nice of you.
Well.
Here you go, friend. Now you won't drown.
I don't always kill people, but when I do, I stab them in the neck.
Yeah, exactly.
Technically, he's going to drown in blood.
I say, that's for you, you rockin' slave or swine. And then I run. I just do it quick, and then I run further to my stuff.
You are in the WWE. Good trash talk. You run down the stairs on the way.
Yeah,
We've got to push
second.
Garthor for SummerSlam.
Nice.
Don't want to push into your territory, but would that place he's going to happen to be the place Cassius is?
Oh man, metagamer. Yeah, it is. Just kidding. Yeah, it is. Okay, so next we're gonna jump to Helen.
All right. What does the captain of the guard have to say to me?
The captain of the guard almost immediately actually thinks that you are not the cleric that has been aboard this ship, giving people their last rites. This woman is so busy attacking these prisoners that she thinks you are one also.
That's not a great idea.
Not really. I think we should do a little separate initiative roll within the already existent initiativeception, in order to see who gets the draw.
And then the ship had an initiative the whole time.
Yeah. What was yours? Because this right here is a 19.
That is what I rolled.
Oh,
So I have a grand total of a 21.
Ah, so you get to go first in this lovely duel.
Well, I do not plan to do anything hostile yet because I haven't been attacked.
Okay, all right. You see that that she is confused and looking to strike at you, to puncture you with her rapier. Excuse me, it's a cutlass. Wait. No, it's a rapier. My bad. So what do you do to attempt to stop her?
Actually,
are you dressed like a prisoner?
No. If I have, I imagine this is just a heat of the situation kind of thing. Well, if I am sure that she is getting ready to try to perforate me with that weapon, and I have the drop on her, then I will just go straight chest to chest with her and grab a hold of the bottom of the rapier, the part underneath where it's sharpened.
Okay,
The section that they always leave unsharpened to strengthen the blade.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go toe to. I'll just completely close range, and just grab a hold of that right above the basket.
Okay. Would you say that that's a grapple?
Yes, it would be actually.
Okay.
I guess
I
that would
think
be an attack roll. Is that? No, it's they've got that now. It's
it's a strength. It's a competition between the two parties. That said, though, I think you should be able to use either Dex or Strength in this
yeah,
case.
you are allowed to in grappling. Now
Isn't
that's
that only to
that's in
escape?
the rules now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait, maybe I don't know. No,
Oh,
to
yeah.
escape definitely.
Oh, yeah.
But
Either way. So
it actually, I'm going to call strength if I can though, because my strength bonus is actually higher.
Okay.
That's not great. I have a 10.
Oh, actually, that is enough. So you are holding the basket, and she comes to. Oh, I'm sorry, my lady. You have to get out.
Like, hey, yeah, so do you. The ship is sinking. The
Roll
ship is
persuade.
sinking. The ship. I'm just gonna grab her by the face. I'm like, the ship is sinking. Get your people out.
The goddamn pen is blue.
Get to the chopper now!
Get to the chopper!
Oh.
Now, come on, do it!
Is that a liar quote? She does. She orders her company, or excuse me, her detail to tail her and find the safest way off the ship. The water is now completely overtaking the bottom portion of the ship. You can tell that just by looking outside of one of these small, even less than an arrow slit size of a hole, compartment on the top story. Excuse me, the third story. And the water line shouldn't be there, but it is.
How are there?
If it's as high as you're saying it is, we should be on treacherous footing right now.
Yes, it absolutely is becoming that. And water on your level. I'm still learning the names. Helen, on your level, the water is ensuring that there's no fire there because it is now pouring through every possible orifice, and you hear some creaking going on.
There's still a good deal of locked cells, though, here, right? Or have they been sprung?
You know what? There are quite a few locked cells here, and many prisoners who have not been perforated, as you so eloquently stated, gripping the bars, trying everything they can just to get through, crying, weeping. I don't want to die, please.
Well, then, as like if those guards are fleeing, I'm gonna try to snatch a set of keys off the closest belt. And I'm going to see how many of those I can get open.
Nice. Sleight of hand me.
I'm not trying to go unnoticed. I'm just going to grab and yank it free.
Okay. Let me see really quick. That would...
Roll for grope.
That might be a strength check, then.
Sure. I mean, either way, I don't get a... I don't have a proficiency bonus here, so.
You know what? Let's go back. Let's pause because this person's not paying attention, and you're not trying to be sneaky. So you get the keys. There are. Let's see. There are eight very large iron keys attached to this leather circlet.
Let's see. I'm gonna start working like the closest cell until I find the key that works. I'm gonna assume that those cells are uniform, because that would be pretty expensive to outfit each one with its own tumbler.
Yep.
So I'll just stick to that key and start just going down. That'll probably occupy me for a while. So if you would like, you can move on to somebody else.
Yeah, it takes you a bit of time, but you know what? You succeed in opening all of these gates, and the prisoners are very thankful for it. The guards, as they're running out, are not. There are a couple that have caught your eye and in disapproval, but obvious understanding. They have more important things to do right now.
I imagine that they're ready to not drown, so that's
it's amazing how compelling that is.
yeah.
Not wanting to.
It seems like on a list of 1 to 10 things you'd like to do today, drowning is probably at whatever.
Yeah.
Weighted to whatever
Probably
side
two.
is low. Yeah.
I mean,
Right above
one
listening.
spot below the top.
Right above
Eat
listening
a
to
pepperoni
Nickelback.
pizza, drown to death.
Or visiting the in-laws.
Why does everyone keep saying Nickelback sucks? Nickelback's not that bad.
We'll talk
Yeah,
about
I
it.
saw them in concert. They were pretty freaking awesome. Then.
They're like,
All right,
At-
good night,
at
everybody.
least-
We're out of here. Thanks for tuning in. It was a great, I'm just kidding. Okay, so we're going to actually jump to Cassius.
Right, Cassius will, for a moment, he will close his eyes and have a vision that there is something called Nickelback that
You hear a horrible sound, a horrible, tasteless noise, and every new song just sounds the same.
that's not as bad as everyone says that it is. People just like to say it's that bad because it's cool, I guess.
Maybe that's the case, but I don't. It doesn't matter.
Then
I'm
he
not
will open his eyes.
It's even worse than Nickelback. It's Creed. Oh, new metal. Whatever that is.
Okay, so you actually, as you enter this rubble, you see strange barrels near the back that are toppled over. A strange
Wait,
dark.
I'm sorry. As Cassius enters
Yeah.
where?
You entered through the rubble that you created from burning the door down of the confiscation quarters.
Okay.
Did I get that right? Is that what you did?
Yeah, I'm assuming the other person can see me doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the moment when Garthor enters and sees you walking into the quarters through charred remains of ship.
Cool. So
It is cool.
I'm sorry, I think I interrupted the description.
No worries. I was just, there's stuff everywhere. Toppled casks, which you thought were ale when it was coming on board, but it actually turns out to be a very strange powdery material.
Oh,
like
shit.
a very.
Oh God.
I should probably say, since you've never played in my world, you don't know of gunpowder. But it's
So I'm
red.
gonna take a guess and say this
actually-
ship is outfitted with cannons as well.
Clearly,
I make a
it's
fire
different,
spell. Kaboom! You're all dead.
It's on the floor, right?
Some are toppled over, some are still standing. One especially has had the lid ripped off from its tumbling over, and it's a maroon, darkish red powder. Behind all of the bags and what used to be belongings.
Okay, I'm basically just. Oh, so sorry, Cassius. All right. Yeah.
We can pretty much act at the same time. I'm fine with that.
Okay, I said okay. I have the saber in the hand and stuff, but I said I have no quarrel with you if you don't have with me. I think you were one of the prisoners, right?
Cassius turns around and sees a big man holding, I assume, the scimitar. What was it, cutlass?
Yeah,
From the
cutlass.
He sees you at a glance. He turns back to the door and he says, "Big man, small hole." He jumps right in.
Okay. I don't know.
Was that
Did you say that? Okay.
I think that's what he said or she said. I'm not quite sure there. Anyway, I start collecting my belongings, and
That's right.
The hole is dwarf size, so that's why he said it. The hole is dwarf size, and he would even probably have to duck. So you'd have to like push the door or something.
I think I would. Well, I'm already in the room, right? So the hole leads where? Well, I wouldn't know. So anyway.
Well, hold on. Let's make sure we are on the same page, though. The fire is spread pretty quickly through from the door into the walls, and is doing a pretty good job of burning the entire door frame down. And you, Cassius, were entering this room and saw all these things, and at that moment, Garthor with like intentions to get his gear, enters behind you.
Does Garthor know about gunpowder?
I don't think I would know.
About what?
Gunpowder.
The reason you don't know about gunpowder is that in this world, gunpowder doesn't exist. Don't mean to metagame, but there's no firearms.
Right.
So, yeah, in any case, be it flammable or not, Cassius will do the same thing. He will see the bright purple light, and he will take the glowing, in his eyes, glowing backpack. He will rummage through it, find a glass orb that's about hand-sized. He will take it out, put the backpack on one of his shoulders, and he will look into the orb. And as he brings the orb close to his face, the orb will look like a fire has been set inside of it. And in fact, it looks like there's a whole area inside of the globe that's on fire. And Cassius will smile and say, yes, finally. He will see the stairs through the... I assume the ship is not tilted enough that he can't get back up through the stairs.
No, but that said, it's still it is surreal how calm you are with how nearly capsized it is. But it makes sense.
Well, I'm just like nervously packing all my stuff. Like, okay, gotta get out of here. Gotta get out. So do I find all my stuff right away?
Yeah.
Okay, so I basically pack it up. I ignore everything else. I'm not gonna start looking through. I'm not. I don't care. I'm just gonna get out of there. I'm not even gonna put my chainmail on because that takes too long. I'm just gonna put it kind of on the backpack. And
you're gonna be in the water.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, so
it's the opposite of a life vest.
Yeah. Although I would say, I don't know, chainmail, it should be somewhat possible to swim. Like plate mail, not so much.
No.
But chainmail, it depends on how strong you are.
And you are very strong.
Yeah. Like but I wouldn't risk it. Like.
So you pack your things.
Yeah. I just pack it quick in the back and take it, and then just run back.
Do you have any wineskins?
I have a water skin.
Those are usually pretty tight leather. You could inflate them, like blow them full of air and cap them, and that might keep your gear afloat separate from you.
That's not a bad idea, but
that sounds like a crazy thing you'd do in D&D. Oh wait,
it sounds like something Mythbusters would try to do as well.
There was that Brainiac section. Will it float? Like what sort of stuff you should grab when there's an office flood? Like if the whole world is flooded and you're in an office.
Nice.
It was like every episode of Brainiac. It was like, would this float? Would this float? And it was like grapefruit cardboard box. Those things you keep water in. The
very
big
small rocks. There's our Monty reference.
Computer.
So, do I see Cassius there?
Oh yeah, Cassius is at the point where you're basically about to head out. Cassius is smiling to himself, and he's holding a glass ball in which there's a lot of fire, or so it seems. And he's saying to himself, "Yes, finally." And then he will put the orb into his robe, and he will turn around and head upstairs. Although, depending on how tilted he is, the orb might show him that the more reasonable option would be to burn a hole in the wall.
Okay.
Oh, and I say, by the testicles of Orcus, we have to get out of here now.
Fucking workers.
All right. Cassius will continue when you're saying that. Cassius will continue to look at the orb, and he will say, "Fire will show the way."
I think fire has done its place. Has done its deed here. Anyway, we got to get out of here.
In the corner, let's see, Garthor You see this. You see a person who is crouched down, maybe hidden behind some items, clutching a large, what looks like a ceramic vase that has been corked, just repeating, family, my family, my family. And then he opens his... Go ahead.
And I talk to him. So, what's up with you? You have to get out of here now. The whole thing is gonna flip over or burn down or whatever, something.
He says, "No, you have to get out of here," and he uncorks this container, and an immediate stench fills the room. And I would like you to roll an Arcana check, if that's a deal.
And I say, by the horrible stench of pit demon farts, what the hell is that?
19.
So, okay.
It works for me.
Okay, I got a 12. Is that the initiative, right?
No, that is to... that's
Cassius
to see...
won't notice this by turning around. Cassius will see this person and what the person is doing while turned around from it, but in the orb.
Your mind goes somewhere else that you did not intend. You are now back at your old home, back safe and comfortable. But you are messing around in that lab again. You are messing around in the very place you were always instructed to never go. Messing around. You knew you weren't supposed to go there, and the door flings open. Cassius, out! And you set down this smelly, stench-filled flask of alchemist's fire, knowing that it is not to be trifled with, but you just couldn't help yourself, and you smell it again now.
All right, can you make Garth? I keep forgetting
Garthor.
Garthor. Okay. Can Garthor make perception? I suppose it would be to check to see what my character is doing.
Yeah, one second. I want to just ask what this roll that I did, what happened to me, what is happening to me now.
Oh, nothing to you. Nothing to you.
No,
just
no, wait. That was the Arcana check to see if you could recognize the smell.
Okay. And for me, what did my roll do?
They were both the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
So,
then I'll just do a perception check, I guess.
thanks.
Or Barker.
He can see you. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see him. I can see you. I don't have to roll for that.
It's something else. It would just be like, but it's okay if you're the GM. So.
Oh, I will say his passive perception is 11, so it's up to you, Cassius, if he sees.
Actually, that's cool. That's cool. It would be. It wouldn't be like hidden or anything. It would just be words. With a glance, you notice. With a glance, you notice. I'm assuming. Did you have a similar memory, or did just Cassius have a memory?
That was a flashback of Cassius's.
All right. You will see this entire flashback in the globe, but everything will be on fire. I'm
just looking at. That's a fancy globe, but I'm just saying, like, we got to get out of here because I'm just. Is the guy still like alive or something?
Yeah. Cassius will look around at this point, and he will look at the thing that's causing the smell, and he will say run, and he will head out the door, forgetting burning holes and everything.
I run since I'm guessing also I don't understand alchemy, but it looks poisonous or bad or something, so I'm just gonna run away. I was guessing on trying to save the guy, but it's too dangerous now. Just gonna run out.
Okay, so you two go, I'm assuming, up the stairs?
Mm-hmm.
This should actually be a problem for Cassius because he still sees everything in black and white.
What would be the problem?
Since everything is made of wood and I assume similar architecture, finding his way would probably take him a bit longer, a couple of moments longer than normal.
Okay. If you'd like, I will say that being a dwarf, with your vision, with your dark vision, you are used to seeing in black and white because that is how you see when it's pitch black.
Okay. All right.
So
I'll
that
just
affects
continue
you.
on then.
Okay, but you actually reached the stairs at the same time as that very cleric that you, unless you can interrupt me at any time, Fox, if that's not what you wanted to do, heading up to the top after, accompanied by many prisoners.
Yeah, well, the only other thing that I would want to do is continue up to the next level. I believe there were 3 levels of prisoners.
There were there was a level of slaves on the bottom, and those are all gone, sadly. 2 levels of prisoners and 1 level that was dedicated to the merchants. That's where the confiscation quarters is.
Okay. Well, yeah. Then I would, if there's no more, not to be any more, people locked in. I'm pretty sure that the merchants and passengers aren't tied down, so they probably have their chance.
Yeah.
Well, I will be heading to the I'll as you said, that's fine.
Okay, so you see the cleric Cassius. You notice her first because you recognize her from back when you were in the cell, heading up that same staircase outside, and Garthor, you saw the boat butted up against the edge of the ship, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I asked for that, yeah. I just basically mentioned, okay, guys, come on, let's get. I've seen a boat. Follow me, and I just run towards the boat in order to untie it and then put it into the water somehow, and then get on the boat, get off the ship, and get on the boat.
Absolutely.
Cassius will look at the cleric and angrily, what's the term? Just sort of spit out gods, and he will turn away from the cleric and head on.
Okay.
He's trying to get to the top as fast as possible.
That stench, after you reach the top and begin heading to the boat, that stench overwhelms you, especially you, Garthor, having never really experienced it to this extent, and you feel the heat behind you in rage and just pour through the ship like pouring water onto a loaf of bread, knowing no walls or containment whatsoever. This fire, in some incredible feat of injustice, spreads throughout. And please do me a favor and roll an athletics check to try to dodge this massive alchemical fireball.
Okay.
Actually, well, this would be. I would usually say,
save.
This would actually be acrobatics, dexterity saving.
Okay, I rolled a 14, and I have acrobatics 1, or the proficiency would be then 2. Do I add dex still?
Yep.
Okay, then I get a +3 all in all, so I have a 17 then.
Okay. So not only do you. I don't know if this is something you would do. Not only do you dodge this fireball, but you actually, if you have the option to rescue somebody else who's unknowing. It's a woman, an elven woman in a what used to be a very nice gown, and she is clutching the stairs that lead up to the steering wheel.
I try to rescue her, and I yell, "By the flaming tongues of the fire snakes, woman, get out of here!"
He's like Ron Burgundy. Okay,
I've been waiting for a by Odin's Raven.
Yeah.
I'm like a mix from like Robin from the '60s Batman, you know.
Describe to me, Garthor. Describe to me how you dodge the fireball and rescue her simultaneously.
Okay, I just have this kind of this weird instinct, like of where, because I remember when we were mining, there was sometimes you just had to like run when the cave collapsed at times. So I kind of developed this instinct. So suddenly the fire bursts out, and I just kind of before I just have this like feeling something's going to be up, and I just dodge the fire, and I kind of tumble down a little bit, and then I see this woman, and then I try to grab her and just kind of just pull her out on her like under her arms on her, it's just like just pull her out and get her out, up to the top. And kind of, almost throw her to the side, but not so she gets hurt. Just pull her out. That's what I do.
Very, very heroic way of gently setting her down. Yeah, you do all of that. That's excellent. And there you are, next to this boat, and next to. Now you're at the point, by the way, everybody, including Yasha, who is, you're trying to make your way. You just got to the top of the ship and maybe even slipping down this now ramped deck. The ship is almost fully capsized and now completely on fire. And the rain's not putting it out. So yes, Garthor, you look to the right and you see this. Yasha, one more time. What is your race? Did you say Elven?
I'm a wood elf, and we're significantly faster than other elves too, so I'm hauling ass.
Awesome, great. What is your speed?
35.
Significantly.
Well,
5 feet is a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, especially
35 light years per second. No, I'm just...
the ship's almost fully capsized. You're now at a position where you can stand on the railing that is now overlooking this deep, dark water. And up next to you is the boat that is roped to the ship, not budging a moment. And all of you are in the same location.
Well, I have one of my short swords strapped to the back of my waist, so I'm gonna shift the girl's weight to my left arm while I'm basically using this handrail to run across it and quickly unsheath it and cut through the ropes, allowing the boat to fall into the water.
Awesome. So you are going to attempt to release the boat into the ocean. Now, where are you?
What do you mean, where am I?
Are you standing on the edge of the ship doing this?
I should be. I crawled out of the hole, so I should be on the side of the ship.
Awesome.
I'm going to basically be using that to shimmy along it. And as soon as I get to the boat, pull it out, cut the ropes.
And you all seem to have the like idea. I assume that you would maybe all together attempt to not just let the boat free fall into the ocean. And do it in like maybe a guided fashion, or...
Well, I'm trying to grab the bow of the boat as I cut the last rope, but...
That said, you know what, I just said that, but how much control can you have over this heavy...
Well, I'm trying to at least guide us so it lands bottom first.
Well, I help her. I see what she's trying to do. Your character's a she, right? Yasha.
No, male.
Male, okay. Just sounded kind of feminine.
It's Hindu, so...
It's a pretty name. What's wrong with a pretty name, Garthor?
Elven society, everything's pretty.
Yeah.
It's the joke of what the dwarves always say. Oh, you don't know if it's male or female.
Yeah.
Would Cassius
but it's the dwarves
town?
you don't know who's not a male. So
Because they're so alike in stature and form.
Same thing with the elves. We're all tall, lean, and have long hair.
Yep. Anyway,
Okay.
I help Yasha and to guide the boat into the water without damaging it. Just kind of like just holding it, trying to, as much as I can, guide it into the water.
So the front of it. So.
Yeah. And and I said.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's basically all. I just don't even talk much. I just do that.
Great, and you're so close to the water line now that it wouldn't take much difficulty. You do release the boat, and you release it well, and after it's a little high up, but so you might miss the boat in your attempt to jump. But you get back to it and watch as this burning wreckage, very cinematically, just burns behind you as you hand paddle away from the explosion. That's a little uneventful. No, it's actually not an explosion.
Wouldn't there be paddles too with the boat? At least
there should be. They're typically under the covering of the actual boat.
Yeah, there is only one. There usually is two. For some reason, one of them is missing.
I wonder.
But yeah, there's one oar.
Question.
Well, technically, does Garthor still have the oar?
I never said I dropped it technically. I was kind of thinking that, but
So did you pick
grab
up?
it? She doesn't go on.
Did you pick up the cutlass?
I did pick up the cutlass, so I guess
Dual wielding.
Dual wielding, yes, there we go.
What was your question, Solar?
Since Cassius was attempting to get up to the top as fast as possible, because he knew what was coming from within the ship, the alchemist's fire, was he headed in the same direction they were? Which were they at the top, trying to get the ship down, or were they somewhere on the side on I don't know. I mean, was he with them, or was he in a different?
I had assumed that you were with them because Garthor said, "I know where a boat is," and you were a little bit tagging behind because of your stature. No offense. I mean, more power to you. But unless you're not with them, that's your call.
He would have sort of ran in the same direction, but maybe not with them. He would just be trying to get off the ship. You know, not so much a team effort. But while they would be lowering the boat, he would have a moment of clarity where he would look around and see this entire ship on fire. This would be the point where they would probably be already in the water, so he would have to jump off. And he would look around and he would think if he caused this. Now would I need to make some sort of a check to figure this out?
I'm sorry,
recognize the type of fire.
You know the type of fire because of that Arcana check earlier, where you knew what was in that.
So that's
jar.
what caused most of the fire.
Yes, this is alchemical in nature.
Hmm.
Yeah, at least that was the fire that you didn't cause.
Okay. All right, he would probably jump after them into the water. Then he wouldn't be on the boat.
Okay. Well, in the distance now, all of you see this kind of faint flashing light.
Okay, so are we in the boat now?
I wouldn't be in the boat at this point. I'd basically, once I saw the boat in the water, I would have jumped off and turned myself around so my back was facing the water to absorb the impact from the girl. Then I'd swim towards the boat.
That's
Okay,
very nice.
I put
Well, I wouldn't
this.
trust myself to land in a boat while carrying this little girl.
What I do, I put the saber into my belt, and I take the other paddle. Now I have both paddles, and that's how I jump into the water close to the boat. And then what I'll try to do is put the paddles in the boat and then climb in.
Great.
So we have both paddles.
Hey, you still have the girl off your arm, right?
I'm under the impression he just set her aside.
Did I have the girl on the arm? Was that
Well,
me?
you rescued that girl. You never said what you did with her after you got her up and all.
Oh, it was her. Okay. I thought. All right. So okay then. Right. So it was that girl. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Then instead, I tell her to climb on my back and hold on like that, so she's safe. And then I take and I try to calm her and everything. I even sing like a happy song kind of thing, just sing with me. It's gonna be fine. And then I take the two paddles and we're gonna jump now. Hold really tight, and that's how I do it then. And then basically what I do, I swim on the top, so she's on the top too.
Mm-hmm.
I make sure of that.
And
Yeah.
you're the person rowing, correct, Garthor?
Well, I guess yes. I just wanted
Cassius will
to.
help. He's used to it.
I just wanted to have both the paddles and then also the girl safe and everything.
You would. I'm kidding. Do me a favor, both of you. Actually, you can go ahead and roll. Garthor, you can roll a survival check. You're rowing toward these lights, is what you said, correct? I
have a question. I had the thing that the interpretation that it was Fox characters, and Mitchell Yasha, he saved the little girl, right?
Yeah, I have a little girl in my
Okay.
arms. I'm basically
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So,
backpedaling.
and my impression was that it was possibly Helen's character. I mean, Helen Fox's character.
That did what?
That I saved.
Oh,
Or was there some
no,
other?
It was
No.
an elven woman in a fine dress.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an
Okay
elf.
then. Yeah. Okay then. It still counts what I said.
Okay. So give me
I
that
still do
survival.
the happy song anyway. So.
Yeah. Give me that survival check, and because Cassius is helping you, you can get a +2 on top of your other bonuses.
Okay. I rolled a 9 plus a so survival. I got survival, so +2. That's 11.
Mm-hmm.
And then what other bonuses would I would get still?
Plus for the ability that goes with survival. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's either wisdom or intelligence, guys.
I think it's wisdom.
Survival is wisdom.
Okay, wisdom. That's just, I have a higher wisdom, so I get a +1.
And then you get a +2 because you're being assisted by Cassius.
So 2. So I get a 5. Okay, so 14.
Cool. You are able to see the land in front of you. If as the backdrop of the night is just that placid. To get there, that said, the current does lead you a little astray away from the lighthouse to the point where you cannot see it from behind some large hills. Actually, and when you reach it, it is dawn begins to break. As you approach, you hear a voice behind you of a little girl saying, "Mother!" And now that they can see each other, you realize that this little half-elven girl is this elf's daughter. And you land, I would presume, the boat. You bring it ashore. I would like each one of you to tell me something about this place. What does it look like? What is something you notice about it? Are there people there? What's up? We'll start with Helen. I always put you on the spot.
How we're gonna try to make our way to shore?
No. Actually, to describe to me something that you see on shore. Describe this place to me. This location. What does it look like? What does it smell like? Who's there? Is nobody there? Is it deserted? What is it?
Well, I heard that there is somewhere over there. There's a lighthouse. Sorry, the word wouldn't happen in my brain.
Up the beach to the east, presumably there is one.
All right, so we know there's a lighthouse there. So I am gonna say that above a small rocky beachhead, there's a short cliff face there where foothills meet the ocean, having broken off and crumbled down from years of erosion. A ways down, or at least a ways down the shore, maybe not all the way, like slowly sloping down to meet the water, which is where sorry, I'm throwing this all together in my head really fast. And the lighthouse is built on top of a small island just out into the water from that. Okay. Attempting to guide people around that, where there's which is probably where the reef has built up on.
Okay, so you were actually, other people didn't see it. You were able to see that the lighthouse at daybreak was on its own island before the lighthouse disappeared behind the hills, this cliff face that you are describing to me now. Excellent. And you are, am I correct in assuming the boat has landed on the beach at the base of that cliff face?
Sure.
Near it? Okay, cool. Okay, so let's jump over to Mitchell.
Okay, so he described the cliff face and stuff like that. All right. As I carry this girl to the beachhead in my arms and go to give her to, as she proclaimed, her mother, I see past this cliff face and all this small settlement far into the distance that we had missed, but had originally going towards. But even farther, my eyes are drawn to a forest farther in the back that stretches out about a mile or two past the beach is where it starts. And I'm kind of reminded of my home a bit, but then just returns to land. I'm just so happy for this white, pristine sand to be finally under my feet.
Great.
As I leave the water, you guys do know that I'm completely barefoot.
Okay, great. So what kind of trees are they? Are they coniferous? Are they tropical?
I was gonna say Pacific Northwest.
Excellent.
Those type of trees.
Cool. So of North American rainforest, very dense, but not tropical. We're talking about large redwood type of trees.
Yeah, I figured it would make sense considering we were just in a very large rainstorm. We have large cliff faces. It just kind of fit.
Excellent.
So you want those trees to be as Pacific as possible.
Yes. Nice. Nice. Okay, so go ahead, Solar.
This cliff face, are we looking at the cliff, or are we somewhere further down, and so that we can climb towards the wherever the cliff is?
It seems to me, based on the description that was given to me, that you are at the base of the cliff. There's a small area right at the base of it of a thin stretch of beach before the ocean.
All right. So Cassius will all fours. He will reach the soil, and he will grab it, and for a moment he will look back and see the ship sinking down, and he'll be a little sad because back there where he saw no people, he was free to do fire. He was free to destroy for a moment. He will look back and into the cliff face and get up, and he'll look around, and he'll notice that there are a couple of trees nearby, sort of growing near the cliff face, and there's I don't know what you call those things where people sleep, and you tie them to both trees and
hammocks.
Yeah,
Hammock.
that, and there are a lot of empty bottles in October next to one of the trees, like a lot of them, like maybe 30 or 40, and there's a man sleeping there in the thing.
All right.
I would like to point out: are there any survivors making their way from the ship, or?
If there are, they are not at your exact location. And it did happen at night, so I don't think you would have seen anything as it was happening, seen any other boats or any people swimming. I mean, you saw people swimming, but so many of them weren't moving anymore.
Okay.
Garthor, what do you see?
Something in the cliff, actually, as we look at it. There's actually a cave that we haven't seen yet, because of there was some mist there, and there's a lot of mist now because of the rain, and it's just clearing up, and we can see a cave, and There is some tribal symbols, some like the small heads, kind of like around there, of some sort, and we cannot see quite what they are, but they're there. Like a little bit they're somewhat menacing looking.
Does anybody have anybody would like to make a knowledge check of history?
Can we do that without proficiency, or?
Technically, yes. Technically.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think you can make a check for literally anything now. You just don't get the bonus unless the GM says it's inappropriate.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm gonna try and do a quick one.
Okay.
15. I think I was muted.
8.
Is that an intelligence test?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, I have a 10. Not my strong suit.
What'd you get, Garthor?
Oh wait, I haven't rolled, so I'm rolling now. And
Probably going to be an 8.
yeah. Oh no, it's a 12.
Whoa!
Whoa! It's
Big
not
roller,
an 8.
man.
High roller there. I don't get a bonus since I have 11 intelligence. But yeah. And I don't have the history skill, so it's just a plain old 12.
That's fine.
Still higher than me.
You and Cassius might perhaps exchange glances. Back on the mainland, as a novelty gift for good luck, there are small runes and small fake little shrunken heads that are given to children for luck because not only are people demented, but that is there's an old myth, almost like if I were to compare it to a real world. I don't know, give it a real world comparison, it would be like Atlantis, this lost place that doesn't really exist, but we tell the little kids it does because it's a cool story. You've seen these little trinkets given to children at fairs. This is the real deal. I mean, this is, after further investigation, not only are these real heads, but incredibly lifelike. It could not be a forgery.
Okay. And what is the name of this mystical kingdom?
Let's see.
Generator.
Considering,
And we reached the edge of the map.
I also asked the people, we didn't have time to exchange names. I'm Garthor. Yeah. I'm a fighter by trade. And, I'm happy you all made it well and sounded safe. And we were fortunate enough to bring this mother and child together again, which is kind of a stroke of luck. Guessing the gods had something to do with that.
I kind of collapsed down into the sand to regain my breath from basically backstroking with this little girl across my chest. After I taken in a couple of deep breaths, I Yasha. And then I go to say my last name, but then I kind of look over you guys, see you're basically the only ones with Elven in them as the little girl and her mother, and just kind of flex my mouth a little bit before I say orphan wolf. I believe is how you say it in your tongue.
Right. I also am sitting down, regaining my strength right now. I'm drinking some of my water from my water skin, and I think I wish this would be some good mead, but I guess we'll have to do.
So considering, okay, you go. You're the GM.
No, you go ahead.
Regarding the knowledge check concerning the skulls, considering Cassius would have probably seen them or read about them in a book, would he perhaps know what the purpose, what the point would be of perhaps the specific arrangement of the skulls or the type of skulls? Or
Yes, used like putting a dead creature into vinegar to almost pickle it. There's this strange theory, strange as in, very similar to like bloodletting, that if you soak the human head in this substance, this obviously not a real substance, it's all fake. We just tell the kids this, that it'll actually be able to extract the soul.
Okay, and I'm saying this place here reminds me of an old story of a long lost place. I never thought it was real.
Of Arzan.
All right, right. Arzan, I believe. I don't know. I used to be told that by some of my grandmother told me that, but I never. It might be the place. I never thought it was real.
At this point, Cassius will probably introduce himself too. Cassius would turn around, look at all of you, and Collar would return to his world and his somewhat clear-headed state, and he would somewhat startled expression. He would say, "Cass." And he looked back at the skulls and point at them and say, "Fairy tale."
Yeah, Arzan.
At that point.
Seems like it's not so much as a fairy tale.
Either that or these people are trying to make it real.
And I'm assuming you would be a priestess from your garb?
Like, I am.
Right. Well, nice to meet you. I'm Garthor. And I start looking was there any wreckage that came here to the shore?
Quite a lot, though small bits and pieces. You stand up and go ahead.
Is there by any chance there like a bottle that is intact of some kind of booze that I find?
There's actually a lot near the hammocks where that man who was sleeping is now kind of stirring.
Okay, is there one that is full that hasn't been opened yet?
Yes, you find an entirely full bottle of port.
Okay, I sneak over there, and I said, I might as well borrow that. And I just take it and just walk away.
Great.
Put it in my pack.
Do you try to be stealthy about it?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll for that.
Okay.
Stealth.
So,
I don't have a stealth thing, but...
It would be a D20. That's a dexterity skill, so you would add your dexterity modifier, and
okay.
I think that would be it.
I rolled a critical, so +1, so 21.
Well, I was like, which critical?
The fire rolled a crit for stealth.
Yeah.
Of course I get a critical for the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah, I know.
From a sleeping guy. That's always fucking D&D.
No.
It's all ones from here out.
Yep.
You actually... You store it very quickly. You know that nobody saw. You also realize that not only is this a bottle of port, this is an incredibly expensive bottle of port. And as you glance back, there's a very hungover man, balding, kind of a crescent of hair around his head, looking around, confused, wiping his face, and brushing the darkish red sand that is combined with the white sand on the ground off of his clothes, looking around, confused.
I said, well, hello there.
Hello, Oh, people! Who are you?
We are shipwrecked. Our ship we probably ran into cliffs, and we just barely survived it on the skin of our teeth. My name is Garthor, and I have some other people who survived the
At that note,
shipwreck.
Cassius will point at the sky and shoot a ball of fire into the sky.
And we have a person who does that, apparently.
This is the logical Cassius. This is the logical Cassius. So he is doing it for a reason.
Right.
Well, not logical, somewhat sane.
Well, maybe a flare or something to get a signal.
Along those lines.
Yeah.
I was like, that's celebrating our survival.
I guess. What can you tell me about this island, good sir?
Oh, I've lived here almost my entire life. Wait, are you real?
Yes, we are real. We are not a hallucination. What is your name,
Maybe.
good sir?
I think that is what a hallucination would say.
I pick up a piece of driftwood and I toss it at him.
And it hurts.
I just gently knock on his shoulder. I'm real. You can feel me.
Cassius will look back and say, "I don't know."
Well, our friend Cassius here is not sure. Cass is not sure about quite a many things, but he seems to be.
Oh.
I do
every-
after I toss it. Do hallucinations hurt?
Every group has that one friend, I understand. No, they do not hurt me very much, no. Unless they usually hurt me the next day after the drinking, you know. Come, this is my home. And he points to the cave, out of which is a mouth of a river is flowing.
Okay.
It's more of a stream.
I have a question. What can you tell me about this island? Because these decorations around your cave remind me of the mythical island of Arzan.
A moment. Sorry to burst in again, but I do have my character has impulses, so they have to be in the moment.
Okay.
He will pass by as he's pointing towards his home. He will pass by and he will get up into the face of this man, and he will look first at the home that he pointed at, and then he will look back like an inch or two from his face, and he will say, "I like it." Then he'll move on to where he pointed.
You jump on a tree stump to become face to face with him, seeing as he's human, I would assume, because the hammock
Sure.
would be too unstable.
Sure.
Yeah. You have an interesting friend. I like interesting people. No. Those heads, that is decoration from my days back on Drakis. That place is not for me.
The
nothing
Rakis?
to fear here.
Is that from the Rakis Empire?
Well, the one and only.
I see. Yeah.
Cassius will get angry.
Is there any I don't know, settlement we can go to possibly get to board a ship to get to our homes?
Absolutely, yes. Come inside. The fastest way is actually through the cavern. Unless, of course, you want to take the long way around and risk getting heat stroke. Also, I have drinks.
Can I
As
have
you
a...
mentioned getting another ship, I kind of shiver like, oh, another ship.
Well, we can wait a little bit to get our bearings back. As I say this, I start putting on my chainmail and putting my sword in the back where I can, in a way, I have this thing. It's just like a little holster, so I can pull out my two-handed sword, and I have my saber on the side, and I don't have the what is it, the rowboat thing, not the paddle anymore as a weapon. Yeah, I left the oar back.
Okay. What were you saying, Helen?
I was wondering if I could have an insight check, because
Sure.
I feel this guy's a little too eager to get us to go into this cave, and I kind of wonder if we're not somewhere suspicious.
Well, that's why I'm putting on my chainmail, just in case something evil comes out to kill us.
This Rakis Empire, would those be the people who had enslaved Cassius, or would those be some tribal barbarians?
It would be those people. Drakis itself is very hedonistic, very bent on entertainment, and they're allowed such because the entire workforce is almost entirely slaves.
So it's like Game of Thrones comparison is that the island where the dragon chick is.
All right.
Kind of, I guess.
You know what? That is actually a good comparison. There are probably fewer slaves, and all the slaves, or at least most of the slaves, are elves.
Okay.
And, what'd you get on your insight check?
I got a 12.
Nice. This seems a little strange, obviously.
Okay.
Strange man on the beach.
He could just
Also,
be a curious person.
he could be a very curious person, but you have spent a lot of time around liars and thieves, and this is ringing a bell.
Mind if I interject again? I promise I'll try to not do it as much.
Go ahead. No, what you got?
So, at the mention of the ruckus by the man, his former days serving them, was something along those lines. Cassius will get angry for a couple of seconds while everyone's talking, and he will sort of get this rage up inside him, and he will look at the hammock that the man was sleeping in, and he will shoot a ball of fire at the bottles, not at the trees or the hammock. He will shoot at the bottles, which it's a good thing, I guess, that you took your port previously. He will turn around and he will make an intimidation roll, and he will say, "Are you a slaver?" And that would be the roll.
Go ahead.
The intimidation roll's purpose is to get a response. Truthful or not, it's irrelevant.
All right.
That would be 19. But I suppose he is trying to
19.
get an honest response.
No, I'm not a slaver. That's why I left.
So is this
Cassius will be
island
saddened.
is this island part of the Durakus Empire, or is it like something separate?
They don't know about it. It will be our little secret. But no, no.
Sorry.
Mhm.
It's like,
Go ahead. Fox.
gentlemen, I was thinking maybe it would be a better idea for us to first go check out that lighthouse.
And
There
there's
may
the
be other
settlement I saw.
survivors. I'm sorry?
And there's also the settlement I saw. Farther north up the beach.
There's that. Well, I was going to say it's more survivors from the ship may congregate there. We may be able to help.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. We can still come back. What was your name again, sir?
Me?
I look at the
Dolgren, please.
Dolgren. Yes. Okay. We might come back if we have need of assistance, but we've been holed up in a ship for quite a while, and we appreciate a little bit of being outside. Yeah, but the lighthouse seems like a good idea. Helen, is it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm basically going to be making sure the mother and daughter are fine, so
Okay.
what is it they're going to be currently doing?
They're very pleased, very happy. At least the daughter is. There's a melancholy tone to the face of this elven woman. She seems sad about something. The man Dolgren, he looks. You can't help but look a little disappointed. I just don't get many friends here, is all.
We're not against coming back, so don't worry. But we want to see if anybody else survived.
Are you sure you don't want to rest first?
I wouldn't mind moving my feet a little bit, seeing what's around.
Okay. Yes, of course. Yeah, why would that bother me? No. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, have that.
Okay. Can I do a check for if he has something to hide, if he has some bad intentions towards us? I want to roll that like
Investigation. That'd be insight, actually. Unless you're looking for a physical.
I don't have
item.
that skill, but I do have maybe a charisma bonus that would help. I don't know.
Also, he has been he's very scared of this dwarf over there who has screamed so loud that he rolled a 19. So go ahead and have advantage on the check.
Okay, I rolled an 8.
Okay.
And of course my good old 8. Trusty 8. And I have a charisma bonus of 1, so it's a 9, and maybe some extra from the other one.
Okay, so advantage means you roll the second d20 and take the
Okay.
higher two.
Okay.
So hopefully that will help you. The last
Oh
time.
wow, that actually did
All right.
change.
Wow. Keep that die. Throw the other one away.
Okay.
What do you get?
I got an 18 plus 1, so 19.
Oh.
It is incredibly difficult for this man to hide his emotions. It's surreal. It is now beyond a shadow of a doubt that those heads are real. And he's, he might have been here for a while. He might have been here for a few days. He is absolutely hiding something.
Okay, what I do now, I pull out my great sword, and I do have intimidation, and I want to intimidate him. I'm saying, I just point the sword at him, and I said, what do you have to hide?
As soon as you see him draw his sword, I stand in front of the two elven women and pop the seal on the two short swords at my waist.
Great, and you actually
And
don't
I will
have
pull
to...
out my orb and it will be on fire.
Of course, I roll a 3, so I'm very non-intimidating.
No, that's what I just said, actually, is you do not have to roll.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Thank God, we got that 3 out the way.
He's just short of peeing himself. Yeah, he's terrified and he can't hold his emotions, and he immediately, almost like he wished that these words would stay in, but no, they spilled out. He says, "I'm sorry, I can't help it. They make me."
Who is they?
Oh no, they'll kill me.
It's at this point my hands actually grab the handles.
Those souvenirs you're talking about, those are real, aren't they? Those have been people at one point. They've been somehow altered through some witchcraft.
Real quick question: Do we have our gear?
I know I do.
I know I do. I got my gear.
Same.
I
don't actually need gear.
Well, Helen would have it. I mean, Helen wasn't a prisoner.
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious.
I'll leave that to you. If you, what would you have got? Honestly, I don't like having you get all this gear and then starting a game and then you lose it without using it. So.
Well, I was going to say that I think it would make sense to keep it on me.
Yeah.
Because
that's
ships sink.
Yeah. Their ships are dropping like flies, man.
Now you know why I don't like to get on them.
It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so
Cassius would like to make the equivalent of diplomacy in this. He didn't apologize before, by the way.
Good cop, bad cop.
To say,
good cop, crazy cop.
Yeah.
If someone is making you, we can help. And is there actual diplomacy? I'm trying to.
It's actually called persuasion now.
Persuasion. All right.
Charisma check, and you should make that roll.
That'll be 4.
He's still terrified, almost like he doesn't believe you. You're tricking me, just like they always do.
But who are they? Please tell me who are they.
I've already said too much.
We can protect you.
Hold on a second. I think I got deception, or which one would be better? I'm going to try a deception check and see if I can get him to do this.
What are you trying to? What are you saying?
Deception. I'm going to try. He doesn't believe that we can protect him. I'm going to try and convince him otherwise.
Okay.
So let's roll this.
By lying to him? By deceiving
He's
him?
going to think it's a lie. I can try and intimidate him if that's what you want to go for.
Describe what you want to do, and I can tell you what you should roll. Garthor, what's up?
Oh, I just wanted to basically, as I'm getting impatient as Yasha is trying something, and I said, I just slap him, and I just have one hand on my sword like this in the back, and I just kind of slap him, and then I want to grab him on his shirt and just kind of pick him up, And I said, "You tell us right now who they are, how many they are, and where they are now.
Right.
All right,
He
Cassius
says-
would like to interject there.
Okay. Do you want him to do his response, or do you want to say something first? It's a quick response. Honestly, it's a very quick response. He says, "I will not tell you anything. They're inside. They're inside."
But who are they?
Shh.
While he's shaking the man, Cassius will raise his orb of fire. He will raise it in the direction of the man shaking the other man. He will say, "Don't hurt him."
I'm not hurting him. I'm asking him nicely. This is not hurting him.
It hurts a little.
Oh, stop complaining.
If they knew that I told you, I would be dead for sure.
Look. Just
already told us.
so you know, you don't want us to hurt you, okay?
No, I don't.
So, who are you afraid of more, us or them?
The Moon Shadow Clan.
Okay, what is the Moon Shadow Clan? What kind of people are they, or creatures?
They're
Or
not
what?
people. They are goblins.
Goblins, seriously? All this big trouble for goblins?
What's a goblin?
They're small green creatures, kind of like orcs, but smaller.
What's an orc?
They're cowardly. Well, they're like humans, only stronger, usually slightly smaller, and they usually don't like other races. It depends on the clan.
Why don't you leave?
And they're fierce warriors.
He says, they make me. It's the only way I can be free, at least as free as I am now.
So they are in the cave, right?
They're everywhere. They live in the forest. I've never been to their home, but they're not small, and they're not timid, and they're fierce.
Would I know what a hobgoblin is out of character?
Go ahead and roll nature.
Okay. I have no intelligence bonus, so okay, I have a 5, so I don't know what a hobgoblin is, I'm guessing.
I'm gonna try it.
So I just drop him on his
Ooh,
ass.
19.
I just drop him, like...
Nice.
I'm going to.
What do they do?
What was that, Fox?
Well, I rolled knowledge nature 19, so do I know anything?
One second. Fox, say that again.
Oh, I was going to point towards the settlement to the north. And it's
Okay.
like, who lives there?
That's a good question.
It is not a settlement of any normal activity. It is a penal colony. That's how you would say. You rolled a 19 on nature, so his description of these goblins is actually ringing a bell. They seem to be a little more organized than your average goblin. Kind of, very hobgoblin-ish.
By the way, earlier in character, I didn't know what goblins and orcs were. But should I roll something to see if I actually have read something I just don't know?
If you say your character doesn't know something, then he doesn't know it. You don't have to roll.
He
you
may
want
have
to roll, you
read
can.
something. He may have read
Go ahead.
something, but not by that name. Perhaps in another language.
Okay, then you can go ahead and roll nature also if you want. It would be, and actually you wouldn't even have to ask me. You could roll it yourself and tell me if you know.
I was going to roll knowledge because he spent most of his, the important bit of his life reading. So.
And I would say people generally know about goblins.
Wait. That would be knowledge. What? There is no actual knowledge, is there?
It'd be
Okay.
nature.
Sorry.
Nature.
Nature, knowing about the species. Also, history. It could also be history, knowing about historical events, goblin invasion stuff.
Yeah, that would be 11.
Okay. Yeah, you know of goblins, and while they've been called different things where you are from. Specifically, ankylozoids is what they've been called. But I really quick want to mention something to Helen. You're not alone here. You see movement at the top of this cliff face, almost a speck of a person. You're not sure what it is, but unless you want to see. Currently, you're not. You haven't rolled anything. Go ahead.
I'll lift my head just a little. I don't want to look up. I just want to move my head so that my brow won't obstruct, or my brow or hair won't obstruct my vision. And I have, ooh, that's good. Let's see. That's a perception test?
Yeah.
That's a 21. I can get good numbers on that because it's wisdom based.
You see a shape. Yeah, I mean, you've been thinking about goblins for the last 10 minutes, but that's no goblin. That's a human if you've ever seen one, dressed in what looks to be an orange, dressed in an orange cloak. Definitely looking at you, and he doesn't see you looking up at him.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna kind of keep my eyes up a little bit so that I can keep that in my peripheral. Just be like, you're Moon River Clan, was it?
Are you asking Moon Shadow?
Yeah, Moon Shadow Clan. They don't wear orange robes, do they?
Robes? No.
I do
Cassius?
speak up since I made my knowledge check. Things may have just gotten harder. Goblins are small, green, and relatively easy to kill, surprisingly. What he just described sounds an awful lot like hobgoblins. Those are big, mean, vicious, and notoriously much harder to kill.
Even normal goblins, they might one-on-one, they're not a big challenge, but they usually are cowards, and they attack in big numbers and out of surprise.
My fellows, we're being observed.
Okay.
A moment. Before you say that we're being observed, Cassius will ask Dahlgren, worse than slavers, about the goblins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he looks and nods. Yes, Garthor, what were you saying?
I'm guessing they have a taste for flesh of other sentient races.
Well, since Helen mentioned that we're being observed, I'll try to stealthily flick my eyes to the side and to up above the cliff face at the last. That would be the last place I look. I'll mostly be looking down the beaches before I look up. So roll perception.
You see it. You've been told that you're looking for this person.
I'm looking for a person. I basically the last place I looked was the hill face, but
Just be like on the. I'll continue on the cliff face. It wears an orange robe. I can't tell what it is, man or otherwise.
I just look
Okay,
up
so,
and I said, I'm sick of all this hide and seek bullshit. Come at me, bro. I yell at him.
Leroy!
well, since he did that, I don't even try to disguise. I sheath my swords, pull my short bow off my back, and knock an arrow.
There we go.
All right. Hell, roll initiative.
He's already seeing us, so.
Yeah, he is. He's already seen you. But
Stealth is out of the option right now.
I would like to inspect this person since I looked up as well, and I would like to roll perception as well to see them sort of more closely, like to see their expression, perhaps, what they are attempting to do standing there.
Okay.
It might be easier for him since he's not disguising his intent, his looking.
Very true. And he'll go ahead and get a +2 in addition to his modifiers here because of Helen's telling him of the location of this person.
All right, I got an 11 on my initiative.
Okay.
Bonus what?
+2.
+2.
16.
16. Okay, and you got 11. What about everybody else?
Oh no, that wasn't initiative.
That was his perception.
My bad. My bad. You see that in his right hand he is clutching a club that looks like it's made of metal. It might be a club. It could be maybe a religious symbol of some kind. It looks nice. But yeah, that is what you notice. Your first thought might be, oh come on, Helen. He's not on the cliff face. He's over there on the beach. And then you realize, well, there's a second one.
All right, 20 initiative.
Okay, I'm rolling initiative too.
I have a 14.
I got a 3. With, I don't know what bonuses, but 3.
Dexterity.
Dex, okay, then I have a 4.
I wonder if there's a means by which to get proficiency with initiative.
It'll probably be a feat.
Yeah, I think right now it's just the very
Improved
basics.
initiative.
Yeah.
It was in the
Okay.
playtest, but they don't have it in the basic rules they got now.
Well, I'm sure they'll add it with the once
It'll be in
they
the player's
release.
handbook.
Yeah. So
All right. Okay, so nice. Cassius, with your glorious initiative roll, you had a fantastic one, right? You're up first.
20. Yeah, pretty
What
good.
do you do right now? Let me just explain. You see this one human. I'm telling you it's a human because obviously Helen.
humanoid, yeah, as far as we can tell.
I inspected them.
Yes, and you see one on the very top of the cliff face, which is pretty far away. You might be able to strike at him, but you actually see one further east on the beach. That's trying to kind of hide through these rocky outcroppings. What do you do?
How far would that be in feet?
The
one on the
to
beach.
The top of the one on the beach. That would probably be about between 60 and now. We're talking more like about 100 feet.
All right. Cassius will pass his turn.
Okay. Would you like to ready in action?
Yeah. I guess. I mean, metagaming wise, that would probably be what would be wise, but Cassius would probably just wait there.
Okay. All right. Well,
He could just voluntarily drop his initiative, couldn't he?
Yeah, for sure. And I know that you guys. How did you like the way Sean Connors did it, where you're allowed to choose your own? I like that, but it's all up to you.
Choose our own.
It was okay.
How he did it was everybody rolls initiative, and you keep track of what you roll, and then you as a party, you choose who takes which initiative spot. So if Garthor rolls a 20, that Garthor doesn't have to go first. You as a group can choose who goes first with that 20.
Okay.
If you want to do it that way.
If
We
someone
can
wants
do it that
mine-
way. It's a little bit less random.
It is.
But
It's
yeah,
up
it
to
works. Gameplay-wise, it could be very effective because you could have like somebody just on the verge of dying, and then you could say, okay, let's say Helen go first to do a healing spell.
And the idea behind it is in this edition, all the monsters of the same type go first, and that's kind of an advantage because now they get to work tactically while the players don't necessarily get to. So it gives you that same shot.
Okay, yeah, let's do it that way.
Okay, great.
At least from my opinion. I don't know what you...
I'm fine either way.
Cassius will wait probably last then.
Well, as I would be moving as quickly as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
I just wanted to say that Cassius, if you want, you could go first because I mean you have ranged. You can do ranged attacks.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to attack. He has no reason to attack.
We
I'm
don't
not sure
know.
if my short bow can actually reach these guys right now.
The question is here also. I'm gonna say it out as a character that we don't know if they're necessarily
Yeah, as I say, we're not.
enemies. You know.
Yeah, we probably don't want to bite first.
Yeah, he doesn't know who these people are, what they want, so he's not gonna attack them.
Right, I wasn't planning on it either, because they may turn out to be allies or at worst neutral.
They don't look like goblins to me.
But I guess we could just wait until and let them move first. I personally want to drop my pack and sling my shield onto my arm.
Okay. Excellent. So, are you just going to wait? Is that the idea, as a group?
I am.
I would like to say, I would like to yell at the closer one that, who are you? What are your intentions? And, you know. And
I've got my bow trained on the guy on top.
I'm gonna go a couple of steps towards the closer guy. Not threatening. I have my sword out, but I'm gonna put it on the shoulder, so I'm like saying, we don't want to harm you if you don't want to harm us.
Actually, Cassius would like to do something. He'll turn around to the drunk Dahlgren, and he will. I'm calling him a drunk. He doesn't necessarily have to be. And he'll say, "Who's orange?"
Dahlgren looks more terrified than anything still, but he shakes his head, confused. He doesn't know.
Do I get an answer out of one of them? Like I really yelled it so they could hear it. One of them.
I got you. Well, you don't, but I mean, no verbal answer. But the one on the beach starts moving closer to you, walking with some sort of limp.
Does he look threatening in any way?
He's not holding any weapons.
Okay.
But you know, you waited until you called for him, and then he started moving towards you. Go ahead.
Moving with a limp, you say?
Yeah, it looks like a strange limp in his right leg.
As you're like, you said a penal colony. It's not perhaps a quarantine for people with disease, is it?
Uh-huh. That could be.
Are you asking Dahlgren this?
Yeah.
While he's doing this, I'm going to move the mother and daughter behind the boat to give them some type of cover just in case while being in front of them.
Okay. At this point, you feel like you've got the situation has gone above and beyond Dahlgren's head. You know, this is out of his knowledge.
I say again.
Okay, go ahead.
I just quickly say, well, say something. Say who you are. I'm Garthor, and these are also other people who just. Yep.
Okay. You ask your question, and the figure continues moving forward, very slowly, until you realize that on his face there's some sort of wound. And as he gets closer and closer and closer, you realize that his entire face is a wound. You see sinew, you see muscle, you see half of a jaw hanging off, a limp. It's not just a limp. His entire ankle has been snapped, like so. He is walking on a stub of an ankle, drenched in, coated in blue skin and mud and filth and disgust. And
Wait. Okay. So my question is here that. So sorry, continue. But yeah.
no, that's it. Go ahead.
Okay. My question is that he doesn't look alive anymore. Would I know if he's an undead? Because in my past, I said the first monster I fought was a skeleton.
Ah, yes, you did. You would, and there's one other person in your party. You would probably absolutely know that without having to make a roll.
Well,
That's Helen.
Yeah, I'm guessing Helen. Yeah.
Yep, what's he look like? Me.
It at first
Looks
you
like
thought-
death warmed over.
yeah, exactly. Some sort of zombie. Although you've never seen one not take orders but respond in this sort of way to a beck and call.
Well, I'm putting up my sword now in a offensive manner, and I look at the priestess at Helen, and I'm like, is that some form of undead? I'm pretty sure, because I don't think no living person could survive or walk with these kind of injuries.
Yep.
That skin doesn't look too alive to me either.
I'm gonna pull my mace from the side of my pack, and I'm gonna walk a couple meters down the beach toward it, and just like, give me some sign you have a mind.
As you say that, I would like to, before the answer, all of you please roll perception checks.
Okay.
Oh snap!
I rolled an 11.
I got a 26.
Oh, snap. That's what you
I
would
got
say.
an 11.
Okay. And one more. I can't see yours. What's yours, Garthor?
It's 11. It's weird. My camera is kind of the window is up a little bit. It's weird. I've got an 11, so.
That's fine. That actually the only person who sees this ahead of time is actually Helen with that huge 26. But because of that 26, you can, after I explain it to you, tell one. You can inform your party members. You feel some sort of movement underground, under the beach, right outside, between the cave and the hammock, and it is. It's unnatural, and you have felt it once before. And your thoughts go back to yet another Inquisition. Your training in combating undead has never been forgotten, nor has it ever been useless. And this is one of those cases where you know absolutely what is coming to get you from underneath. Everybody, because of his awesome roll, if she wants to shout out, you can each now have advantage on that check, rolling a second d20 and taking the higher of the two.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If that sounds the way you said that sounds pretty dire. So
We get a +2 to it?
No,
No,
then
you roll again.
Yeah.
we get to roll twice and take the better.
Yeah.
Oh,
are we
yeah,
rolling
baby.
your reflex test?
I got
oh
25.
nice.
Yes, that's absolutely
20.
what you'll be doing.
Dexterity saving throw then.
Yes.
Okay,
Alright.
here we go.
Wait, are we
Um,
rolling for perception again or for
I've got a
dexterity?
7, of course, not the fabled 8, but I've got a 7.
I'm
like,
so sorry. I am so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Was
But
that
you're
even
so
after
sorry,
rolling your
Rose.
second die for advantage?
Yep.
Do I see a blue box appear? Or some
But
weird.
look at the bright side really quick. Look at the bright side. You get to keep the 8.
There we go.
It doesn't help you at all. Okay, so
Yeah.
now everybody will actually roll their reflex saving throw. Actually, no. You will have to roll a reflex saving throw, Garthor, because you did notice with your perception check the movement underground and helped your party members. All but Garthor are free to be safe during this surprise round.
Okay.
I was going to. I guess I will have yelled something like "They come from," or they come from beneath.
Okay. I rolled an I rolled an 11, and I'm gonna. I guess I add a +1 for Dex.
Mm-hmm.
And do I still get for acrobatics or something, or it's just reflex? I guess just one. So it's a 12 then.
Okay. You are grasped around your ankle by a skeletal hand, not only one but two, slowly reaching up, trying to get as high as they can. They're around your ankle and approaching your calf.
Okay.
Not restraining you as much as trying to use you to pull itself up. Now, our initiative order will stay the same. You won't have to roll that again. But you can choose who goes first.
I would like to go first if no one minds.
Okay. Well, you did have the highest check, so that's fair for me.
I'm fair with that, and he's got a ranged attack, so.
Cool.
I look up to see if the one standing on the cliff side was still there. Is still there.
He's not.
All right.
If he's still there, he's hidden behind the cliffside.
I'm going to shoot a bolt of fire at the one walking down the beach. The shambling zombie.
Do it.
Just a moment.
No, right now. Gosh.
Do it now.
Do it now.
Come on, do it. Come on.
Somebody did
at
an
this
awesome
at this
Arnold Schwarzenegger
beautiful-
impression.
It's Garthor. As actually, can we at this very climactic point? Can I go use the restroom?
Sure.
There we go.
I can't do that until it's my turn anyway.
I can pee in my pants if you want, but
Just use the Mountain Dew bottle.
Yeah.
Guys, sorry if I sort of interject with my character's stuff. I don't actually usually play this kind of character, and I don't usually play this sort of do whatever you feel like. I do actually have a personality in mind.
Okay.
And if anything bothers you...
I think your character is fine, honestly.
It's all gravy, baby.
Austin Powers?
Yeah. Anyway, I love Insane Wizards. You're doing great, man.
Also, interruption-wise, I usually try to let you guys say everything, but then, like, the time passes me, like, it circles around, and then you guys sort of make decisions again, and my character's sort of stuck in the background, and I'm like, oh, wait, but I wanted to do this. So if I do interrupt, it's, you know, just sorry, basically.
Sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it's especially when for talking is always a free action. You know, I think at least it should be. So.
What, in real life? No, in
Yeah.
real life you gotta pay tax.
Well,
I was gonna say,
in a role-playing game, it's a free action. So even though you're doing different actions, you should be able to talk freely.
it's cool. In 5th edition, they're even more loose with what you can do in an action. So
Right,
you
right.
generally do you can usually say a short sentence while performing another action and a move.
Right.
So
I'm gonna bake cookies.
Bake cookies of doom. That should be a spell.
I had a couple cookies earlier, so.
It should be like summon cookies, or rather summon the inspiration for the dark side. We got cookies.
Better be something better than Goodberry.
By the way, Fox,
Oreo.
I know your RPG roulette one. I started watching it. I
Oh.
found the Rifts episode interesting. I thought
Oh.
you guys are going to completely bash it.
Oh no, I love riffs.
Hey, if I ever run a Rifts game, if you are interested, I'll invite you.
If I can make it, I would not mind doing that.
Yeah.
Because I fully recognize the flaws in it, but man.
Oh yeah, me too. But it's like it's
I love
fun
it so much.
because you can do anything. That's the cool part of it.
Yep.
Pretty
There's a
much.
fun part. I'm actually wearing my 25-year anniversary Palladium Books T-shirt that
Oh, nice, nice.
right now. So
Sweet, sweet.
Okay. Hi.
I only ran one campaign of six sessions so far, but I did enjoy it.
It's good
It's
stuff.
it's just character generation takes a little bit
long
long.
time. Yeah.
And
I've
there
never
has been a
played
character
this.
generator, like a program, that was really cool, but the guy hasn't finished it yet, so it's not.
Right.
But
was-
it has helped me.
Barker?
So while
Yeah.
making this roll, I have a question. So you let me know when I'm going.
Okay. You are shooting the person. You're shooting the person on the beach. The zombie in the orange cloak. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I have a question. So
Okay.
there are two modifiers here: spell save DC and spell attack modifier. Attack modifier is, I'm assuming, what I'm going to use right now. So spell save DC, is that my my saves against spells, or is that
that's for the opponents.
Yeah. If you cast a spell on someone else, that's what they have to beat in order to save themselves. In
Like,
a
say,
way.
if you cast Fireball and it requires a reflex DC, they would have to make that number to take half damage.
so then
Yes.
what is the spell attack modifier for?
It's if it's an attack spell, you'll be rolling a d20 plus you're a wizard, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it says right there. Your intelligence bonus, and you are considered to have proficiency when using spells.
So would a firebolt then be having a DC or an attack modifier?
Is that that's the cantrip?
Yeah.
That's an attack roll.
Yes.
Okay. Then that would be +5.
It usually says it in the spell description if it requires a save DC or an attack roll.
That's an 18.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you hit.
There's a good chance.
How much damage does that do? Is that auto damage or is that?
1d10 fire damage.
Okay, go ahead and roll that, please.
4.
All right. Tell me what happens, please, as you hit him.
Alright, Cassius, at this point, as the zombie is slowly walking up closer and closer, he's getting more and more suspicious and sort of frowning to focus to see the outlines on its face. And when he realizes that this thing shouldn't be alive, I'll just assume that he would remember something about reading about animated corpses somewhere. He will ready his orb, and he will look through the orb and see the zombie on the other side, and from the orb, as the zombie's appearance is altered to be on fire in the orb, from the other side of the orb, a bolt of fire will fly through towards the zombie.
Excellent. And it strikes him, and for a moment he's engulfed in flames. It reels a bit, but still standing, on a foot and an ankle. But does that place him on fire, that spell?
A moment.
Or is it
I
just
don't think. A flammable object hit by this spell ignites if it isn't being worn or carried.
Are zombies flammable? No.
How about that cloak is?
Well, it's being worn. So it's just up to the
All if they're
up to the,
dried
dungeon
enough,
master.
Honestly,
how-
it probably shouldn't be flammable.
Well, how juicy they are, how dry, you know what I mean? Like a mummy is definitely, they hate fire. That's the.
Yeah.
Well, he is wearing clothes, and those clothes are flammable.
But it specifically says that worn items don't burst. So really, what it comes down to is it's
yeah.
it's a DM call.
I'm gonna say in this
anything
case,
can happen if he wants it to. It doesn't specifically by the spell, but
actually, what I will do is the description was really cool and cinematic, and I like the idea of visualizing it in the orb and then seeing it in real life. So, yeah, he actually is on fire for currently, for now, but still moving towards you, almost like there's no pain, only the effects. There's no wounds, no extra.
There's no pain,
wounds.
only chaos.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That sounds like some beginning of an emo poetry.
I was
like
trying
Wounds,
to.
only chaos. When I cut myself, I live.
I was trying to do a 40k thing, but it kind of didn't turn out that well.
Only war in the bitter darkness of the.
For the emperor.
Yeah. Yasha, you see skeletal hands grasping at Garthor's calf. You see a zombie, a flaming zombie, en route to.
Is he a Nazi?
Is he a zombie? Is he a
Flaming
Nazi?
Zombie
No.
sounds like a badass band.
But it's a metal band.
Flaming zombie sounds like he's like totally. So,
Yeah.
sorry.
Like Otto or Up with Dead People.
I am just kidding.
Anyway, the
Man.
first thing I'm going to do is try to get the elven woman and her daughter into the boat and get them into the ocean to get them away from the zombies that have already breached our defenses.
Okay,
And then if I
awesome.
still have time, fire an arrow at the flaming zombie.
Do me a favor and please take an inspiration point, Yasha. It's you've done quite a few things that are very noble in that way. So you are.
I've been
shoving-
insane the whole time.
I know, and it's been great. And I probably should give you an inspiration point too, Solar, but I haven't yet. So if I do it now, everyone's just going to realize that I totally screwed up, and now I'm realizing it, and I'm trying to make up for it. But now it's a half-assed make up for it. So I'm just going to
It's cool,
sit
it's
here
cool.
and pretend
Remember
you
at
don't
the
deserve
start-
it.
You should add
Remember at the
instead
start
of
when You go.
just insanity points he should get, not inspiration
Yes.
points.
That's actually
Yeah,
even better for his
You make,
character's
how about
insanity
you make
points.
the other person have disadvantage? That's what you get.
Awesome.
You shove the
Insanity
boat.
Points?
Insane.
What are
This
we
is
in King
Cthulhu.
Call of Cthulhu now?
Yeah.
But it's cool. It's cool. Remember at the start when I said I don't actually care that much for these points? Like,
Yeah.
they feel kind of gimmicky to me. So it's cool, you know.
Okay. Okay. So he's pushing the boat into the water. That would definitely, I would say, be an action. Helen, what are you doing?
I am going to.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say I am going to spin my mace around because the pommel is stylized as a symbol of Palor, which I am going to hold aloft and speak a few words of power to cast my cantrip Holy Flame,
Neat.
which at which point a spear of golden solar fire will strike down from the sky, spinning around or twisting around to avoid Garthor. Sorry, I had to click on his thing to see his name. It did escape me. Garthor, and strike the skeleton that is reaching out of the ground to grab him.
Okay.
Holy
excellent.
Flame ignores cover, so that is why I'm saying. That's why I'm describing it snaking around
Fantastic.
him to
I
strike
dig
him.
it. So go ahead and do your deed, sir. Do your deed.
That is a modified 20 to hit. And
Obviously.
I believe that does a D8 damage, so I'm gonna just roll that for speed and then look it up and hope that I didn't just cheat.
For sure.
That's 5.
I feel like if you were cheating, you would have said the D12. 5. Okay. You do some damage. Doesn't seem to be dead, though you'll know for sure soon. You do hear almost a voice inside of your mind right before it leaves your fingertips that says, "You have my word." So next is Garthor.
Garthor, okay. So did the energy bolt of did the hand destroy? Did he let go? Was the hand still holding me?
Good question. Do me a favor and roll strength to pull yourself away. This will just see if it'll be rolling against you with disadvantage.
Okay, I got a 4 plus 3, so it's 7. So
You know what? It's still holding you.
it's fine because
It
that's
just
okay.
wants a hug.
I will tell him that not cool, bro. So no, I don't say that. No, what I do is I don't say anything. I just basically just use my sword and I hack away at the hand that I had already all the time. My great sword. So it would be attack roll, I guess.
Okay. Yes, it would.
So it's basically plus my strength, right?
Mm-hmm. You roll a d20, add your strength modifier, your bonus. What is it called?
Proficiency. So that's 2. So that's a plus 5, basically, is my
Okay.
attack modifier for this. Okay, 16. So I got a 21.
Yeah, that's a hit. That is. Tell me what happens.
Okay, the damage is. I'll just roll the damage quick. 6 and 3 and 9 plus 3, so that's 12. I do 12 damage, and I think this should hack through the hand. At least
Not only that, but actually,
I basically what I do, I just yell like, "Get your paws off me, you freaking thing!"
damn dirty ape.
Yep, damn dirty ape. You know, not from my dying hands or something. And I just hack through it. And
You can have my fighter when you pry it from my cold dead hands.
there we go.
Or get off my legs, you by the damn dirty ape.
Get off my lawn.
Previous parts were by the, so.
This has escalated gradually. Okay, you strike down swiftly, and not only do you slice off this skeletal hand, but your blade with the force, with this huge amount of strength, you go directly into the beach, and you feel the bones snap as your greatsword just chops through every single bone possible. And you see this light that was, the responsibility of Helen, who fired this divine magic into the skeleton, just fizzle out as the skeletal hand falls down, completely limp, and the movement underground stops.
Okay.
And that's when you say, "What?" Okay. You see a skeleton on the other side of the hammock. The hammock is between you and this new skeletal creature that's trying to claw itself out of the ground. It's about up to its chest. And then you see another one behind it that is digging its way up also. So that's their stuff. The zombie is going to do exactly what it does best. It's hungry. And the person in front of it is a dwarf, and that's what he likes to eat. I'm sorry.
When he goes to make zombies, he gets the dwarf burger, brain burger.
Yeah, the taste for jerky.
Out of character here, strictly.
That
So wait, the skeleton or the zombie?
The zombie.
Skeleton or the zombie? The zombie.
Do you guys want me to roll those here? It's up to you.
You said the zombie was pretty far, like 60, 70 feet, and he kept shambling along the shore.
There was a long period of time between the time when the zombie was out there in that rocky outcropping and moving toward you. So it actually, it's got a speed of 20 feet, but it's basically it's exhausted its move, but it is there. And
That's
I.
right. You know my AC, right?
Yeah, so I will roll here for everybody to see. It is a plus 7 to hit with a bite.
Whoa!
And it reaches to.
Again, I'll say again. Whoa!
He sinks his rotting teeth and gums into your neck, or into your shoulder rather, and we'll do a solid 7 points of damage.
Oh wow!
Does it yell om nom nom when it does it?
And he goes om nom nom, om nom nom.
That's a lot.
It hurts.
I don't mean the damage, I mean the attack bonus. Holy crap.
Well, I have a total of 5. It is somewhat higher.
Can I,
yeah.
guys? Can I go back? I'm sorry, I've made a mistake. I read the wrong stat block, and because I'm an idiot, I didn't realize it. I need to re-roll because it's definitely not a +7 because this zombie is not a young green dragon. I was
Holy
like,
shit, young
I'm
green
looking
dragon
at it.
zombie. That's
I'm
a great
look-
first monster.
I'm looking at it, and I'm like, zombies don't have poison breath. What the shit is this? Oh.
What did you
I
figure it
think
out?
they
What it
could
was?
have.
Oh man.
It's like
Sort
a
of-
metal slug when you become a zombie, then you can puke like
Yeah.
poison.
Line of poison every 1d4 plus 1 rounds.
I meant
Let's
to-
not retcon. Let's not retcon. Let's say that's the image.
Like a
he
super
saw.
zombie.
Like a super dragon zombie.
Or it's like one of those Resident Evil mutant zombies, like the boss of Resident Evil that.
Or Left 4 Dead 2.
If we're gonna keep this green dragon stat block, then Helen,
Well, not
you
the
hear
stat
a voice.
block.
You hear a voice inside your head that says, "You don't have my word. You don't have my word anymore."
No, let's not get. Let's
I
not keep.
know.
No,
Look at
Okay,
it real
it's
quick,
up to
we're
you.
fighting a green zombie.
But go
Green
ahead and
dragon
take
zombie.
that inspiration point, please.
I wanna level a couple of levels before I start fighting dragon like.
Oh man.
You get
Oh
some
gosh.
inspiration
Let's start with the
point.
dungeons, work our way to the dragons.
Yeah.
this
Oh,
would
that
not
was
be the
hilarious.
first. It would not end up being the first time a DM has put me against a dragon at first level. So.
Unfortunately, mine either.
My
Barker,
bad. Yeah.
you said inspiration point. Would that be for Cass or for someone else?
That's for you, Cassius, because I feel like a dick. Basically, yeah, you get that, and you.
It's
you
fine.
really don't have to-
I did that mistake too.
honestly, you should be taking 4 damage instead. Is it? Yeah. Okay. I mentioned one-shot campaign. You're all gonna die here. Okay. So.
That sounds very classic D&D.
When I said one-shot campaign, I meant every attack is one shot.
One shot, 1 kill.
Boy, am I glad
Okay.
I got a bow.
Yasha.
Skeletons? A bow? Okay.
Alright, so it's my turn? Okay.
I believe, yes, if I'm reading this sheet correctly,
Alright.
which, I mean, it could be plausible that I'm reading it incorrectly. That's happened once.
Okay, so I got a flaming zombie fighting Helen over to my left somewhere. Garthor
this
just
attack
killed a zombie that
Cassius.
was holding him. And I'm pretty sure not far from Garthor is Celius, who is currently being bitten by a zombie.
Cassius, yes. And the skeleton that Helen and Garthor was fighting is now dead in the ground again. But there are 2 more skeletons popping out of the sand, working to pop out of the sand on the other side of the hammock.
Okay, since Cassius is currently engaged with the skeleton, and I know he's a squishy wizard, you can't really use magic and not be squishy. I'm going to try and...
I can.
Yeah.
Hexblade, spell
Yeah,
sword.
Hexblades are freaking awesome. Spell swords too.
Nice. So what are you doing?
Duskblade as well. But I'm going to try and... Do I have enough room to get behind the zombie that he's currently fighting to flank him?
Yeah, absolutely. It's on fire, so it's a little distracted, I'd imagine. So
The
yeah,
one
you
fighting
can definitely
Cassius?
get around it. Yes.
The one that Cassius is fighting is on fire?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's definitely
I'm-
on fire. He rolled like 27 on hit.
He's still pretty good. He's on fire. I get it. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh god, that was so funny.
on fire.
That was good, man. Okay. thank you.
The zombie is on fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, this zombie's on fire.
Yeah.
Okay,
So what do you do?
I'm going to run full tilt forward. You see me slant my body to make full use of lower wind resistance as I move up around the zombie behind him, pulling out the 2 short swords from my waist as I go.
Okay.
When I get behind him, you see me enter a rather interesting stance where my arms are completely extended out to my sides and knees bent fully. My first arm is holding my short sword pointed towards the ground. My right arm is in a reverse grip, holding the sword slanted towards the sky. Basically, if any of you guys know martial arts, my elf is currently using a weapon form of Ba Kwai Kwan and Pi Kwai Kwan of Chinese Kempo.
It sounds really good, though.
Oh yeah, it's fucking awesome combat style.
It probably wasn't designed to fight zombies.
I'm gonna use the Klingon martial arts.
I mean
I'm
the real
yell
one.
Kapla.
In real world,
everybody's defeated after that Klingon fighting style. So
I'm gonna tell him some jokes and just hope that he likes me because I'm really funny.
Since I moved and I still get my attack action, so I can.
Yes.
Can I attack with both my weapons?
Yeah, that and you get to add your strength modifier to the offhand weapon also. That's because you're a two-weapon fighter. Ow! What was that?
I'm sorry, that was my alarm telling me it's about time to go to bed. But I'm not going to do that.
Who needs sleep? Sleep is for the weak.
Exactly.
What time is it where you
I wish
are?
I could sleep for a
It's
week.
currently 10 o'clock.
It's 5 a.m. here.
Same.
But
Nice.
if I remember reading the rogue right, I can only add my sneak attack bonus to one of my attacks.
Yes.
All right.
I believe that is the case.
Well, once per round. Or once per turn, whatever. Where's my attack modifier? Okay. Time to roll some dice.
Yeah.
First one. Ooh. 19. Second one is 8.
Okay. Is that 19 a critical hit for you, or is that?
No, I rolled a 13. I just happen to have +6.
Oh, okay. They are actually both hits because it's not a green dragon.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead and roll damage twice.
They're both hits because they're not Demogorgon. Basically, just yeah.
I love this.
Can
I get to roll
someone-
3d6 for damage.
Can someone explain to me though how that works?
What?
Both of us being hit.
No, you're not hit. Both of his
He's
attacks
not-
hit the zombie.
Yeah, he's hitting.
Oh, the zombie. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought both me and the zombie were getting hit, and I was just curious, like, does he have cleave or something at first level?
Combined
we did
total
not plan this
of
out.
8 damage.
Green dragon.
The-
What are you? Are you the guy from? Are you the dungeon master from the cartoon?
yeah.
First session,
Oh.
guys. Meet Tiamat.
That's why I
Any
said
GM decided to do that for the
Demogorgon.
first session at level 1.
It's got like a
You're
critical
welcome.
challenge rating of like 35 or some shit like that.
Oh, hey, you
Good
guys
job.
got away from Tiamat. Say hello to Lowell.
They put the stat blocks right next to each other, guys, and it's the same font. Oh.
What is it? You know? You guys. Let's start.
Did I kill the zombie?
No, but you stab it a couple times.
Can I describe my attack? Or
Yeah, absolutely. You can describe your attack
Alright. So I get into
as long as it
position
doesn't
behind
end with
him.
him dying. Go ahead.
So I rotate my body using my hips, bringing down my right sword across the back of the zombie,
Okay.
cutting deep into the flesh, cleaving straight through the fire as well. Can't forget the fire.
Yes.
And it builds up the momentum to my other sword, which I bring around to its neck for the critical hit. I mean, not the critical hit, but my sneak attack.
It's like, wait a second.
I don't behead it though. The blade goes through the neck, but it doesn't cut the entire head off. It severs the spine, but the zombie is still moving. It's still standing.
He's cool. And yeah, excellent strike. He stops biting Cassius the moment you strike him, and we're just going to go ahead and say that you do not hit Cassius.
Well,
I've already
Cassius
done
is on
that.
the other side, and I'm using 2 short
Yeah.
swords.
It's,
So-
yeah, it's true.
You're like a blade dancer. Yasha's like a blade dancer type of thing.
Hey,
Cool.
Yeah, kind of.
what,
doing pirouettes and spinning around and hitting from above and all that stuff. Like,
Yeah. I
that
can try
sounds-
and link a
that sounds
video
kinda
for
cool.
you guys to watch that's of somebody using the combined fighting style.
Nice.
Reminds me a little bit of Dritz Du Orden from the R.I. Salvatore books.
I'm grateful that I know nothing about him.
Alright.
Okay.
Hey,
Because everyone hates him. Everyone I know who's read the books hates him.
I like him.
I
Like
know
everybody
Baldur's
hates
Gate.
Nickelback.
Same
I,
way.
A
uh,
little bit of a Mary Sue in the books, but not too bad, I think.
Drizzt is the Nickelback of D&D.
That's Elminster.
Ouch.
Oh no, come on! I like Elminster.
I don't know what people's problem with Dritz Du Orden is. I mean, he's just basically like a super focused elf.
I think he's just too popular. Is the problem?
There's
There's so much of him. Same thing with Elminster.
So the hipster D&D fans don't like him because he's too popular.
There came a point where he got popular enough that it became fashionable to dislike him.
I like this character from the Spelljammer novel, so great job. Yeah. that nobody has read because they only sold 20 copies. Sorry.
Hey,
Hell,
why did the zombie not cross the road?
Because
Because he was
brains.
dead.
Oh, I thought that was a real question for a second. I was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't cross because undead don't go to the other side.
That's racist.
It
You
is a
think
little
that's racist?
It is a little racist.
The zombie race relations won't like that.
No.
Golf clap.
I think you have to watch it from here on out. Helen.
You and your anti-zombie sentiments.
Gosh, I'm so tired of it. It's the 21st century.
Uh,
Okay, go ahead, Helen.
Well, one real quick thing. I looked it up, and I was correct that a spell does 1d8 radiant damage.
Sweet.
But I did that one wrong. It's actually a reflex save, not an
Oh.
attack roll on
Well, it
Sacred
was in
Flame.
the ground. It was in
So
the
to double
ground,
check
but-
myself, I looked up Firebolt, and I was correct on that one being an attack roll. So
Cool.
I'm batting like 75.
Me too.
Well, we haven't played this system so much, so I think it's
Yeah.
okay to have
I
some.
don't think zombies have very high reflex saves.
No, probably not
and
great.
Skeletons don't when they're underground.
Also, the skeleton, he was underground, so he couldn't even move because his hand was only free.
He
So
was like, have you seen Army of Darkness? They're
Yes, yeah,
pretty
yeah, yeah.
agile
Times.
I'm in darkness.
underground. What?
Okay.
Oh. All right, go ahead.
I think what I am gonna do here is I'm gonna go ahead and because he's got a zombie chewing on him.
Don't
I'm gonna-
undead take like double damage from like these sort of holy types?
I don't know if they're vulnerable to radiant damage.
They're. I'll just read for stat block. We're learning. They're immune to poison. They don't seem to have any weakness that I am seeing here.
Look up radiant though.
Okay. I mean, it would like at skeleton here. It says damage, vulnerabilities, bludgeoning. Bludgeoning damage, but it doesn't say
No.
anything here with zombies.
Okay, so
Radiant
they're
damage
vulnerable.
dealt by cleric's flame strike, spell, or an angel, spitting, blah blah blah. Nope, nothing about double damage against
Okay.
anything.
But you can turn
Um,
undead later.
I'm not high enough level yet.
Yeah, later on you could.
I don't get turn undead until 2nd level.
Guys want to level up?
Do it.
Green dragon. You want to level up? No. Go ahead.
All we gotta do is beat this purple worm.
Yeah, it's really easy, guys.
No problem.
hey guys, try to beat Rask. Here you go.
All right. Well, here's
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cast Sacred Shield, or I'm sorry, Sacred Shield. I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on Cassius.
Nice.
That's gonna give him +2 armor class, and that casts as a bonus action. So I am then going to turn for my regular action and strike one of the skeletons that are coming out of the ground with my mace, which does bludgeoning damage. So if I heard that correctly, they're vulnerable.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know from my undead training. Let's see, that is a 15 to hit.
Great. We will absolutely allow you to hit. Vulnerabilities, I can look that up unless someone already knows. In this version.
I believe...
Hold on. Vulnerable.
Actually, wait a minute. Are undead immune to critical hits and sneak attacks in this?
Don't believe so. No.
If a creature or object has creature or object has vulnerability to damage, that type of damage is doubled against it.
Nice.
Okay, so would that just be double what I roll, or roll 2 dice?
You would roll damage and then multiply that by 2.
Okay.
Because
with a critical hit now, I just asked because with a critical hit now, it specifically states you rolled twice as many dice instead of doubling a result.
Yeah.
That is going to be 8 damage.
In total?
Oh wait, no. Sorry, I forgot to add my. Should I add my strength and then double it, or just
yeah,
double the die and then add my strength?
I would say add your strength and then double it if all it said was do double damage.
Well, in that case, that's going to be 14 damage.
Okay, see, you know what? I did a pretty good job of describing how he killed an underground zombie with a sword. You feel free to tell me how you kill an underground skeleton with a mace.
Well, the skeleton is climbing halfway out of the ground, right?
Okay,
so,
yeah.
I am
baseball.
going...
Yeah, it's T-ball.
4...
The skull just turns into a poof of powdery mist.
So I imagine I will cast that spell at him, then flip my mace back around into an attack mode, and then just leap in the air and bring the bring it straight down on its skull. And if I do enough damage, I'll just go right through its stupid skull into its stupid undead sternum and various sundry backbones.
Stupid things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's stupid. I don't deal with skeleton warriors.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
Skeleton warriors.
Totally unrealistic.
Yeah.
My cousin's out fighting dragons, and what do I get?
Yeah.
Compared to that, this skeleton's a punk bitch.
Why are you having so much difficulty, Cassius? It's easy. Pow. Ow.
I fought the skeleton one time, and all I got is his T-shirt.
Oh, you're fighting skeletons, huh? That's cool, I guess. I'm sorry, that's cool. Good for you. I'm glad to see you're working. I'm out taking dragons right now. It's not a big deal, you know.
Oh, it's like, I remember when I fought my first skeleton way back.
Oh, those were fun
I'm fighting
times.
dragons now.
Tell this pit demon here that I'm just killing about the skeletons. I'm sure he would find that amusing.
That was before the Swamp of Sadness ate my horse.
There we go. Because... Oh, is it Never-Ending Story, right?
Yeah.
That was a sad scene.
That was
And we
awful.
put a lot of references here.
Yeah. That whole movie was sad.
Jeez, Family Guy. Let's move on.
Garthor.
I run up to the closest enemy that I can see, and just basically I want to do like a down chop. Okay, I want to do a move and attack, and I just want to chop at its head, cutting it into like a run full speed.
Excellent. That would, I think, it's your choice about even distance between you and the zombie that's attacking, that's fighting with Cassius and Yasha, or there's still another skeleton coming up, right? You didn't kill both of those guys. So the other skeleton on the other side of the hammock. Your call.
Okay, well, first I'm gonna do the zombie. Let's finish off that, and then we can move to other projects, so to speak.
That zombie's still alive?
Yeah, he's chilling.
I rolled 4 plus 5 with all my bonuses. That makes it a 19.
4 plus 5?
Yep. 14. Sorry,
I was like,
14.
those are some bonuses. Yeah,
Should
you
be
hit.
able to see it now, hopefully.
You
Okay.
definitely hit.
Okay, I roll my damage, which is a 6 plus 3, so a 9 in total.
Tell me how you. You're swinging your broadsword. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
An excellent strike. This zombie is minutes away from I don't know, breathing his last breath for a second time, and reels still standing for the most part. Falls to one knee, and
Okay.
that's what it sounds like. You hear that sound, crunch.
I hack into his head, and the blade goes right to the. It goes like here, right into the chest. But the funny thing is, his head is kind of splitting open, but his mouth and eyes are still moving. Like he's not giving up. It's really disturbing to see.
That's the funny thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing I haven't gone this round.
And like, okay, I have an idea. Maggots start crawling out of his brain and shit, and his mouth, just adding to the effect. So,
Yeah.
so it's like
Alright.
it's like the zombie in what is it in the Italian movie Zombie 2, the unofficial sequel to Dawn of the Dead from Italy.
Nice.
So.
Cassius with your +2 AC. And
Sorry about the. Go.
Did I skip you?
I think I haven't played this round. At the end of last round, I shot the zombie, and then it bit me, and then those guys played.
Man, I am screwing you over today, dude.
It's alright. It turned out pretty well. Fun.
betting 50. He still actually has 1 hit point, so go ahead. Tell me what you do.
So Cassius will lower his orb, and with his left hand, which he hasn't used so far, he brings up his hand to the zombie's cheek, and he says, "Live around here often," and then he shoots a bolt of fire.
Now you will get a disadvantage because it's a point blank in melee.
That's okay.
I'm just kidding.
20.
Natural?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, you tell me how you kill him.
Didn't I just do that?
But okay, you don't have to describe it any further.
His head explodes.
Yeah, his head explodes. You poke it and he explodes.
On fire.
Yes, on fire.
You fisted
Fireworks.
the bar over there.
Yes, but it is not this day.
He's doing a good impersonation of Ghost Rider.
Yes. You feel the ground begin to rumble. Much more powerful of a rumble than before. And all of you please roll reflex saves.
Oh no, it's a young green dragon.
It's a land shark. We're all fucked. Or a bullet. Or
17, baby.
I got an 8 again. Today it's like the thing of 8.
It is.
It always comes back.
Today's the day of 8.
There's something up with that coding.
Yeah.
Reflex is just
That's-
dex, right?
Okay.
Unless you have, unless your class provides you dexterity as one of your proficient saves. I don't know what wizards are.
9
Intelligence and something.
altogether.
I know it's intelligence, and I don't know what the other one is.
Yeah, just a second. In wisdom, I think.
I'm pretty sure it's not dexterity.
Fighters,
No,
I think,
it's-
have strength and constitution,
Yeah.
and
Intelligence
I
and
think
wisdom,
wizard
yeah.
is supposed to be intelligence and wisdom.
Yeah. So 9 altogether.
All right.
Yep. So I got a 6.
All right. So.
Would I add my dex modifier to that?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a 9. Yeah.
Great. Yasha, what'd you get?
17, I put it in chat.
Nice. Okay. Yasha is the only person that does not, I don't know, willingly or unwillingly end up on the back of this young green dragon.
Dang it.
Oh,
Just
fucking
emerged from the beach. Sand flies everywhere. And let's do this.
Are you serious now, or?
Oh, I am. This was all part of the plan.
But you kind of spoiled it because you accidentally used the stats.
No, actually, it wasn't part of the plan. But go ahead, do it.
So does Cassius get an advantage because he
Sweet.
saw the vision of this dragon attacking him earlier?
Hold on one second. 136 hit points. Yeah, hell yeah, he gets an advantage. Go ahead.
All right. So that's.
Now just everybody went silent.
Actually, that's
It doesn't have to be a young green dragon. The reason I brought this up is because my wife just yelled at me. So I should actually hit the sack soon. Because I'm not a real man. And I can't stay up till 6 in the morning. Ultimately, I would like to close out by asking a few questions, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, we're gonna stop here? Okay.
Well, I'd rather you guys not die, if that's okay. Currently,
Yes, I would
if you wanna
prefer not to
continue in the
die.
future.
So is the young green dragon still a thing, or?
This is actually you all wake up and it was a dream.
God.
No,
The
no,
young
not
green
really.
dragon or the whole journey?
Oh, you didn't
Actually-
do that. Come
Actually,
on.
no.
Do not
No,
worry.
I'm
no,
actually
no.
not insane. I was just dreaming the whole time.
Yeah, this is all. You're all in the mind of this one dwarven wizard. No,
We wake up and we're a butterfly.
Wait, are we in like a snow globe?
No,
A snow globe?
no, there is a green dragon that all occurred. And if at some point, if you guys want to continue, we can. This one shot is about before we started, it was about 2 hours old. So the main question I have, because the primary thing I wanted to work with was the idea of encounters during a shipwreck. What did you guys like about the shipwreck encounters, and what did you guys what could I do better? What could make it more entertaining or fun?
I want to say right off the bat, my favorite thing about the encounters in your shipwreck is that none of them were lizard folk.
Ooh, I'm so glad I threw the lizard folk encounter on the beach.
Out the window.
Threw that
Because
out of the window.
How
That's
it
like
realistically
a
happened.
variation that I think might work, that probably have other people have done, but in if you don't want to do the whole what is it, the reef, getting and breaking it up, you could use, for example, a kraken or like a sea serpent thing.
Okay, so
I like
Those
those
probably won't be
because
survivors, though.
no. The kraken would be like, you would mostly then not fight the kraken, or just fight it because like the kraken would be involved and stuff. I think that would be something that I wanted to use before, and I have used it. But
I like that idea a lot. It creates
because he would be moving the ship, if it's a really big kraken, and he could like wrap his tentacles around, and you could have the different players like fight one tentacle or them trying to run off and stuff.
How about more? Go ahead.
Well, one thing I noticed was that we don't know where the rest of the people are, because a lot of them drowned, but a lot of them also like jumped off, I assume. Like there were a lot of them escaping, and they sort of just went away somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So more survivors on this area, yeah. Okay.
or at least more closure.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna do this anyway, even though this is a line from an roleplay roulette we've got coming out this month.
Cool.
Aboleths
Spoilers.
everywhere.
What was it? I didn't hear it.
Aboleths everywhere.
I think one aboleth is enough.
Yeah, for
I don't get the.
A Zionic sea monster that fucks your mind and then eats you. Great job.
Well, they'd have a hard time with the first part.
What
What's
I really
that?
liked about it was that it was more realistically going down. Usually, if I heard about a ship going down, in the game, it would be the ship's just going straight down. It's not capsizing to the side. It's not having all this stuff happen to the hull. The crew's sometimes not fighting the slaves. I really like that, and I also like the different ways that I could have escaped. I could have gone up the stairs, but instead I chose the more direct route to go through the hole.
Cool. Am I correct in assuming it would have been a lot better if there were more maybe skill or saves or checks to deal with the moving ship?
I think we had
Only
enough
when
checks, honestly.
the tilting became too much. I think we should have done a few more saves.
I think
I think it was
happy.
fine.
I was pretty happy with the number of saves. I think maybe you might have been had some room to put in some more events.
Yeah.
Like the striking the reef is an event. Perhaps the hull cracking, as the weight of the ship is no longer centered where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, you could have done more events if you made it last a bit longer. You could have also added more checks than for like slipping on the floor or something, and stuff like that. But it was fine this way too.
Right. Even if there aren't checks based off of it, just things that create at least even like in a even if it's only the illusion of a dangerous situation because it's narrative, that's still effective. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, I'm not to say that I did not enjoy it. It's just
totally
constructive.
Absolutely, no, I
ideas.
love it. Well, and it's very strange. It's almost surreal the way. Gosh, my mind works differently when I'm sitting down. I very rarely sit down when I am gaming, and so I found it really actually difficult to like put it in my mind of the different things you could go through in a shipwreck encounter. But I had never actually done that before, and I thought it would be a cool idea.
Oh yeah, I think people. I mean, I don't know. I really need to do this too. More ship-based campaigns.
One
I've
thing I
done
really
one or
liked was
two.
What?
Airships were mentioned. That's what I liked.
I didn't hear you. The what?
Airships were mentioned. That's what I liked. I love airships.
Nice.
I think it would be interesting. I'm actually interested also in the setting, and I found it interesting when you asked us what elements do you see on the island. So we were like a little bit co-DMing, and then basically we gave you some ideas, and then you did something out of it. So I thought that was interesting. I didn't have that happen really.
Cool.
Almost felt like doing like if anybody's ever done like improv comedy.
Yeah, it is a little bit like that. I did it a little bit in college.
It makes me feel like if I'm going to be in another game under Barker, then I'm going to prep for that by thinking up a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
That way I'm it's like, well, this is happening. Like, into my bag of stuff. All right.
Nice.
I like improvisation.
A dwarf, a halfling, and a priest of
Go into a
Ironius
bar.
walk into a tavern.
Nice. Okay, cool. So that actually, I mean, that gives me a lot to work on. I mean, thank you guys for playing. I mean, thanks for agreeing to this at short notice. I honestly, if I'm being honest, I feel like I am disappointed because I feel like I could have done better. That it could have been more. I could have made the shipwreck maybe last a little longer or something.
I think honestly, I thought. Can I enter? I think.
Yeah, please do.
Sorry, I don't want to be, but I think it was honestly long enough. I found it enjoyable, but I wanted to see what's outside of the ship.
Right, just the right length is what I would describe it as.
Like I was after a while, I wanted to see what's outside of the ship because like I thought it was interesting because I actually did a whole game in the game I'm developing. It's called Action Hero Fighter, which simulates 80s action movies, where I took the whole Poseidon adventure thing, where it was actually completely capsized, like upside down, you know. And I think this was interesting because seeing it how you did it with like a more old school ship was interesting, and differences. And I think I found it felt like good once we were outside. I think it was, in my opinion, long enough, just right.
Okay.
And then we were exploring the island.
Yeah, I felt like I honestly felt like it didn't go on long enough to become tedious, and it didn't end too soon to be satisfying. So I think it was right in the window that
Cool.
as far as
All right.
length goes.
Awesome. Thank you.
I thought it went on for just long enough to be normal. Like, it's how much you would expect a ship going down to last if it's so sudden. But I thought that gameplay-wise,
Go ahead.
uh,
Sorry.
I thought gameplay-wise it actually lasted too long. I mean, I enjoyed the role-playing and like seeing all kinds of stuff, like everyone doing different things and how it goes and all that. But well, like it was already mentioned, I would have preferred to experience the world outside of the ship, which we had less time to do because of the ship. It was fun,
Yeah.
but we only
I
have
do
so
like how
much
you
time.
made splitting the party interesting, though.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a good period of time where we managed to all have fun while not actually acting together. So that was
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I feel like the events thing that you mentioned is a good call for this. Maybe I'm wrong, but because to maybe not have more events, but to take everything that happened and actually turn it into what fourth edition would call an encounter. Like, here's the reef encounter. Like, how do you all react to the reef? Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Or maybe like this, what do they call those? One of the hatches burst, and now this room is flooding, and
Yeah, exactly.
you get washed out.
Absolutely. So, yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I hope that you guys would be willing to try this computer webcam experiment with me again.
I have ran many a game through internet, including Skype and this Google Plus and other means, and I think it works pretty well. I'm up for continuing this campaign, this game, making it into a campaign, possibly.
Great.
Online is my only option if I want to play D&D or anything similar.
Right.
Yeah.
No game groups in your area.
There's a small sort of place where people who like tabletop stuff gather, but it's mostly war games and card games and stuff. And the way they play role-playing tabletop games is very mechanical, and I don't like it. I don't like their mindsets.
So you like the theater of the mind experience here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Any other thoughts?
I know this might sound kind of weird, but I would actually ask how much XP my character got if we actually do play again.
Okay. Oh gosh, this is something I've always done XP in a different way. So,
How much
How
experience
would,
for the farmer?
how would okay? So 3 skeletons is 150 XP, and a zombie is 50. Oh, I mean the green dragon is 3,900 XP.
But we just started that, so.
Well,
We still haven't
I
killed
think
I
I'd just
think
like to be notified when I get my second level.
see, and that's how we used to do it. But honestly, and I hope this is okay with you guys, if you want to continue and actually like really dive into the setting, which I mean I think it's pretty cool.
I like
would
it too. I'd love to do this again.
I would perhaps like to. I hate the word retcon, but actually use these characters and maybe start after the shipwreck again. Is that possible? Because everything after that was improvisation to see the mechanics of the.
I honestly would like if you would not retcon it, other maybe than the dragon if you don't want to have the dragon. But
Nope.
I actually enjoy it because I want to see what you do with the zombies. You know, why are they undead? You know, I'm actually now curious. Why are they undead, and why did the guy didn't know about it? What is going on there? You know.
And what happened to the settlement farther up north? Stuff all like that.
Yeah, so
Awesome.
how is that connected to the goblins, you know? Like, I want to see that, honestly. Like,
Cool.
if you don't
Brought us a
mind.
great story.
If you want to
Let's make this
retcon it,
high-end.
that's fine. You're the DM.
No, I'm not going to. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. That's what I'm glad you told me that because I want to hear that stuff.
Because
I would actually prefer if you did retcon. Sorry, but I would just prefer it if it was planned. This was fun. I mean, you improvised very well, But if it wasn't planned improvisation, if it was just a test of rules and you don't know what to do with it, I would prefer if you planned something out.
Oh, and yeah, and I mean, like you guys know, we heard about.
But it was
Crichton
actually
not
really good
being able to-
improvisation, in my
Thanks.
opinion.
So I honestly think I want to see what kind of factions you might come up with. But that's just
Okay.
my opinion.
No problem. Okay, cool. What were you?
Or,
what were you
well, like the
saying?
zombie
What is
faction.
the
Well, there could be
Right.
necromancers around, or there could be something going on,
A
Who
natural
knows?
plague that causes undeath.
or a bad alignment of the stars at the area that, or a curse. There could be a million things that could.
Mhm.
So
I say we have to investigate the burning questions of our time, like did the navigators survive, and can we slap them for taking us into that reef?
there we go.
Oh man. Awesome. Well, thank you guys very much for doing this. This helped. It's a weird medium for me, but it was fun, and I enjoyed it, especially the beginning sections. And you're all like really fun players to play with. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I thank you. I always like to play because I'm usually the DM, so I know how you feel.
Thanks for GMing.
I'm just glad there's
Excellent.
not a
No worries.
DM where you're not a DM that's trying to kill me constantly. That's what I'm glad for.
Wow, that's the first time I've ever given a level 1 group a green dragon, and I've been told that I was not trying to kill them.
Well, you didn't actually have it attack us. You just basically had
Yeah,
a
it's
cliffhanger.
true.
Will they survive? Will they not?
Yeah,
True.
maybe it's gonna be our pet. Who knows?
Yeah.
I think it's just woke up grumpy and it's just going to end up killing the other zombies. And there's no-
Well, we are on the back, and I always said that's an advantage because I can freaking stab it before it curves its neck around and tries to eat.
coup de grace.
Yeah, and that's why I said that yeah, coup de grace. That's why I
grace.
said
Animal handling.
Yeah.
that- Nice.
But animal
But,
handling, there we go.
That's perfect. I will try to tame the dragon.
There we go.
Cool.
Oh man.
How to
I don't
tame
mind
your
so much
dragon.
if I die early or anything. I just it's more about I like a challenge, but I don't know. It depends. But anyway, I enjoy this game in general.
That would actually be really funny. It wouldn't be the insane dwarf wizard that says, I want it. It's instead the fighter that goes, I want it. I want a dragon. I want it.
I want mine.
How to
Yes.
tame your green dragon at level 1.
How to train your dragon.
That would be something to boast about on the brigade.
It would be. Oh man, that's not. One of these days, I'm gonna have to put something together, because I don't know, nobody has much experience with playing with me, but I'm really reining in the jokes to try to stay in a serious mindset.
I love it. Are you kidding me?
I'm gonna have so.
You should meet my players. I have a guy that everything needs to be a sexual joke kind of thing.
Wait.
But you think it's dumb, but it's actually hilarious. So, well, not everything, but most of those things that he does.
A
So,
friend of mine literally fell asleep once while he was watching porn while we were playing the game.
That's
oh,
pretty
God.
epic.
So
okay.
I mean, in real life, like we were all in the same room and he was watching porn, waiting
believe-
for his turn, and he fell asleep.
Just
I
a little
believe you.
suggestion. I think the recording is going to end anyway, so we want to do an official ending here?
Everybody
Sleep
want to
at
take
porn?
a second to plug their channels?
Sure. Oh, damn it. I thought it ended before. If I had my way, we would do this now, and then I could edit it so we cut off the feedback part, so I could learn from it and do better again. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Go ahead, guys.
It's still on the feedback part. You just have to it's a little bit cumbersome. You should be able to download it from my channel, and then you could edit it out, and then just keep the feedback
Right.
part. Just an idea.
Oh man. Okay.
So, oh yeah, channel plugging. Yeah, this is gonna be on my channel, but anyway, I'm the Gaming Beast. I do video game stuff. I do role-playing stuff. I do gameplay videos talking about role-playing games. I do Let's Plays. I do reviews. I do a lot of things. Podcasts too. I'm on the Next Round. I'm on It's Tail Time and Mondo Cool. Whatever. Those are sites. So about these kind of nerdy things. That's it.
Fox.
Oh, okay. My channel's on YouTube, Seven Realms Productions. We do reviews of role-playing games, usually about once per month. Because of how much production we do on it, we can only really swing out one a month. Called Roleplay Roulette, and every once in a great while, we put out a movie review for our show, Film Inflicted Trauma. That's again, it's at Seven Realms Productions. It's that's YouTube user / Roleplay Roulette. We're also on Facebook and Google Plus and Twitter and all those fun things. I think we even have a Tumblr.
I enjoyed the Rifts roulette thing. I think I've seen only 2 episodes so far, but the Rifts one was really good. Also, the vampire was good, but
It's a total chamber. See, I watch. Solar.
Channel on YouTube is SolarVids. Got a bunch of links there to other stuff that I barely use. I play a lot of games. I have a lot of great ideas for videos, but I'm lazy, so most of my videos are basically just playlists. If you play League of Legends, go to my channel, maybe you like something, and that's pretty much it for now.
Mitch?
And I'm Mitchell Grubbs. YouTube channel is Tenho Mitchell, but there's nothing on it. It's basically just my channel there for me to catch up on all my subscriptions and stuff like that. So there's nothing on it, but I do belong to the Sewella Gamers Club. We got stuff we're trying to put out, but it's an entirely college-based club, so not much coming out. Mostly because nobody else wants to put forth the effort.
Yikes. Okay, yeah, my name is Barker, Be a Better GM. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in to watch this super long video, whether you're watching it on, oh my gosh, I know you by your character names now, on Sean's page or my own or anybody else's. If either way, like, comment in the comments section. This one shot is like not planned at all, but I had a good time, and I hope everybody else did. As you can see on my screen, I'm sorry about the dragon. Solar. Leave some feedback regarding.
Refer to my character for my inspiration for what I'm giving you.
Yeah. Leave some feedback regarding a good encounter, a shipwreck-based encounter, and also where did the zombies come from? So I can steal your ideas and pretend they were my own. Thank you very much.
Okay, then I'll stop the broadcast here.